I love you all. Hope you all live.
Welcome, everybody. We're Tabletop Adventures. This is Aliens RPG by Free League. And this scenario is Hope's Last Day. Got several new faces with us today. This will be my first full real Aliens RPG on live stream, so don't yell at me. But you can use foul language if you want. I'm Dionysus. I will be your game mother. I'll do a quick intro around the clock here, starting from top left of our players. We'll start with Preacher. He is, I'll let him explain who he is and share his information. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Sonny. I'm Sonny Sigg, and by Sonny Sigg I mean Morgan Hirsch. I'm a religious man. Been cleaning up Hadley's Hope since day one. Seen it all, done it all. You know, when you go AWOL from the Colonial Marines, been hiding for, ages now, Hadley Hope seems like it'd be a good home. I didn't know it'd be for the rest of my life, but everything's good, except for Macwhirr. Fucking bitch. She's my boss, and she never lets me forget it. Although, at least I got Singleton. Singleton helps me. She knows. She don't like her much either. But, hi. Ready to play.
Thank you, Preacher. And moving on to Tattoo Lady 88. Welcome.
I'm playing as Sonya Macwhirr, Josh's hated boss. I work as a union organizer, officer. And Jesus, I'm terrible at introduction.
You're doing great.
Yeah, you sound great.
You're even worse as a boss.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Good. Welcome, Sonya. And moving on to Matt from Improv and RPG.
Hello, my name is Matt. You can find me everywhere as Improv and RPG. And, today I'll be playing Hannah Singleton, who I've been working on my own for as long as I can remember. Quite good at driving the good old tractor. Parents are useless, but whose aren't? And, as far as I'm concerned, if it can move, I can ride it.
Thank you, Hannah. And now to the bottom left, Hades. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Sonny Sigg. I'm the lab technician here. I like my job. I'm pretty good at it, but it's just a stepping stone. I've got bigger things to do, so I'm gonna get there, and I know what I'm doing.
And lastly, a lazy dragon. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Michael Holroyd. Been here for about 2 years on this forsaken rock. If you need it done, I'll get it done. I also don't know what Macwhirr's problem is. She's got to stick up her ass and she can kiss mine.
Well, as you can see, we've got some great relationships going already here on Hadley's Hope. Let's see. So I'll give you guys a quick small reading of where we are in the scenario here, just as a little backlog, and it'll kind of give the characters an idea of what's going on and what they've been pushed into, and then we'll get started. So Hadley's Hope is jointly funded by Weyland-Yutani and the United Americas. It kind of has a them and us feel to it, without any visiting corporate folk looking down their noses at the colony laborers. Despite this, the colony's been developing well. There's opportunity aplenty and risk aplenty as well. 4 days ago, a wildcatter named Russ Jordan was brought back infected with something. He died. It spread across the base. Rumors ran abound. Was it a deadly virus? A biochemical weapons test? One such rumor even has it that something came out of him and disappeared into the colony. Reports of colonists going missing, apparently quarantined in medical bay without any explanation from the company. No one knew the source of the outbreak, and the science team was close-lipped about details. Al Simpson, Hadley's Hope supervisor, spoke over the intercoms, calling for a calm and not to get worked up over false rumors. He stated it was simply a contagion outbreak and has quarantined those that are sick within the facility. Now, a little bit about the scenario. Crisis or not, you all are essential personnel to Hadley's Hope and have a job to do. 24 hours ago, you 5 were attached to a routine maintenance run to Processor 9, happy to leave the base until the crisis blows over. About 10 kilometers out, Hannah Singleton's tractor stopped. A nasty mechanical crunch told you it wasn't going any further, and calls back to Hadley's Hope got a cursory response. All recovery vehicles are in use. You're going to have to wait. They were currently dealing with another situation, and that they'd get to your little problem when they had time. Repeat. So while you waited, you all got to talking about the crisis. And you got to talk about the crisis and the Weyland-Yutani corporate shuttle that just arrived right before you all went out on your mission. The shuttle carried an inspection team led by company agent Miranda Reynolds and her chief scientist, Theodora Comiskey. Sonny Sigg relayed something he had overheard prior to being sent on this survey. And that was a hushed conversation about the shuttle being quickly and quietly readied for departure. Reynolds and Comiskey are likely the only two who can authorize its use, and the only two with access keycards needed to use it. For all you know, it was Reynolds who ordered Russ Jordan out there in the first place. It's not right for the Weyland-Yutani reps to just skip out and leave you, the workers, to clean up this bloody mess. And so a day has passed and you've still heard nothing. All further attempts to contact Hadley's Hope have been fruitless. No one is coming to help. The only communications you pick up on are garbled and panicked even. There's no option now but to walk back and see what the hell is going on. And so this is where we will start. You all arrive back to the colony, weary from your 10K walk, and find that the colony is running on backup power. You see that the storm shutters are shut, but there's no storm. As you all enter into the West Lock, which is the area, is what it's referred to, you hear a distant voice talking over the intercom. And I'll play that for you here. Okay. And we'll begin in a minute. Forgot it has to load for everybody. Load.
This is an emergency message. All colonists must assemble at the main storeroom on the sublevel for safety. This is an emergency message. All colonists... This is an emergency message. All colonists must assemble at the main storeroom on the sublevel for safety.
Load.
This is an emergency message. All colonists must assemble at the main storeroom on the sublevel.
And the comms go silent. And as my music starts to load, I will leave you with one final thing as I close my screen.
Did you play something? Because I didn't hear anything.
It didn't go across for you?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Did everybody else hear it?
Yes.
I heard. I heard it a little bit.
You heard it? Okay. Can you hear the music right now, Sonya?
No.
Let's see. Everybody else hear it?
Yes.
Let me check here. I'm having so many technical issues.
Yeah. I had to turn the actual volume control all the way up to be able to hear it, but yeah, I got it now. It's just really faint.
Do you know where the music sound is on Foundry, Sonya? So-
Game settings.
Nope. So if you have Foundry up, upper right-hand corner, you see the little music note.
Okay, I got it.
Click that, and do you see anything playing? You can adjust the volume, sliding it to the right.
Got it.
Can you hear the music now? Okay, I'll play just the first part of the emergency message and then describe to you what happened, since it's about a minute long. Okay? Ready?
This is an emergency message. All colonists must assemble at the main storeroom on the sublevel for safety. This is an emergency message.
So that comes across, and it eventually starts to get a lot more distorted as it plays and a lot more crackled, and it eventually just kind of sparks out. And as soon as that's done, you guys have a strong, eerie quiet to the station. And this isn't normal. Usually this place is pretty busy. People are moving all over the place, getting work done, just living their lives. You've not seen anybody since you've arrived here in Westlock. And like I said, it's an eerie silence. And as soon as that message stops, in the distance, you hear a gunshot. It sounds pretty far away. And then you hear a lonesome scream that echoes through the ventilation ducts. And with that, everyone add 1 stress to your sheet and we'll begin.
Oh, snap.
Well, that was rude and unfair.
There we are. So we will begin. All you guys.
The hell was that?
It would sound like a gunshot.
Oh, just a note, the game is still paused.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. She got me.
No.
Oh!
No.
There it is.
Oh, oof. Oof.
Ah.
So Morgan's just gonna come strolling in like he didn't hear anything, and he's just gonna be kind of pushing a mop and a bucket with him, and he's just gonna be like, "If one more person leaves their fucking plates on the table, I swear to God." I'm sorry, Lord. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah. I mean, please, can we just pick up after ourselves, please?
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I don't think now's the time.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. As he walks away, the fucking bitch says one more word to me, I swear to God.
The guy just takes his job seriously. You don't have to ride his ass.
I think we've got more pressing things to worry about right now.
I think we got more important things to worry about.
So, you said that the screams echo through the ventilation system?
I did, yes.
Are we able to get through doors toward the scream, or?
Well, you wouldn't exactly know where it came from, since it is the ventilation system. But yeah, you guys have your normal access within the level itself, or within through. You can go through doors, whatever you guys like to do. And again, since you guys all have your own agendas, if at some point you guys all split up, or even all 5 of you start doing your own thing, that is completely fine. and we'll just bounce in between you guys as we go through each person and what they're doing. And again, it may end up at some point, or has the possibility to be player versus player, but everything that happens has to make sense. Otherwise, I won't let it happen. So, yes.
I don't know. I think we should listen to that recording. Probably should be heading down to the sub level. Not
I
towards
know I left
the
my
screen.
rags somewhere. Can I search this room?
Yeah, so you can search, and I did forget to tell you. Oops, let me turn my mic down just a little bit here.
Driving me to drink over here.
There we go. All right, so
Hope you drink yourself to death, you must.
so what I can do here, hang on a second here, Morgan. There's several blocks here, right? You have A, B, C, D, and I believe it's E. You can all search all of those blocks once. So I would say if you have, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be hasty in wanting to search right out of the gate. Because this will all be random rolls, and it's set up on a list of items that you find, and some of those items can be nothing as well. So, but yes, Morgan, if you would still like to do that, I can tell you what you need to roll.
I had to get my first search out of the way, so no, I'll hold on to it.
Okay.
What are y'all even going on about some kind of radio chatter?
You didn't hear that?
No, I didn't hear that. I was mopping the floors.
And that
Realize
including your
less of
ability
you
to hear.
is- Exactly.
Where you
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hannah. I can't hear you over the sound of resting bitch. Please, can you continue, please?
No, look, I think with a scream, perhaps a rag should be lower on our list of priorities.
Yeah, you're probably right. Well, between me and you, I'm gonna pretend to mop as long as she's here, and if you could just get her to look, I would be glad to help with whatever we're apparently talking about. But as long as is here, I gotta pretend to be doing my job. Otherwise, 50 lashes across the eyelids with a wet squirrel tail and the like.
All right. Well, Officer Macwhirr, I defer to you as the most experienced of us all. Perhaps you might have some guidance as to what we should do.
I honestly think the idea to perhaps go and see if anyone's alive in that holding area that the recording is telling us to go to might be the best idea. I think that's a good idea.
Alive, it's Hadley's hope. We're all dead inside.
Well, let's not make the insides match the outsides.
I like the way you think. Onward and upward, or whatever they say on these friggin' ships.
I think the message said it's in the sub-level, not upwards.
Okay, so onward and downward. I don't fucking know.
Oh my god, we agreed on something.
Shut up. Hold it. And then, I immediately am like, did I say that out loud?
So you guys, what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna go find Rags, I guess, at the sub level.
You sure I can put him out of his misery right now?
Didn't hear that.
As far as that scream is concerned, we heard it through the ventilation, but would we be able to tell if it was anywhere close by?
You would know that It's on the level that you're on,
Okay.
and it's likely in the block that you're in.
Okay.
So also in the Discord channel, and then also under the journal in the game, so in the upper right hand corner there's a book. If you click, I think it should be under the Art of the Alien, or Art of Alien, there should be one called Maps. There is maps that you guys would all know already, so you can use those at your discretion.
What room are we in again? West locker storage?
Yeah, just west lock storage. Yeah, on level 1, and it is C1, block C1.
So it looks like forward is to the right and to the left would be back outside.
Yeah, the map that you guys are in here, actually in Foundry, is kind of cocked counterclockwise a little bit. So, yeah. Dead east is going to be through these double doors right here. Or
I would just head that way. I would just kind of
Okay.
like be swinging toward that door. And
is
I'm just
everybody
kinda like,
following, or is everybody else?
Oh, yeah.
doing-
Follow.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Okay.
You see Morgan just kind of, he's walking out there and he's like starts whistling to himself. He looks, he sees like a little bit of a smudge on probably what is steel in the hallway, and he just kind of reaches over with his shirt and kind of wipes it up a little bit as he's walking through. Just kind of gotta make it look good for the queen.
These hallways, they're it's large. You've got sliding metal doors. They secure the colony, obviously from the harsh environment outside. The air on the exterior is breathable thanks to the terraforming. But not too long ago, that wasn't the case. So there are extra entrances of the colony that functions as true airlocks, meaning if you go in, the door behind you has to shut before the other door opens. Some doors have keypads, access that requires you to go through, or there's rolls that you can try and do, things like that. But again, you enter into this long hallway. You are met with an eerie silence. Away from the whole Hadley's Hope, there's no noise in here except for the soft hum of the air vents and the muffled wind outside. Again, strangely absent is the lack of personnel. Hallways, they're all completely deserted.
Everyone's slacking off today.
Must be a holiday. We don't ever get to use those. So this little jutting out hallway right here with like the stairs that lead to commercial offices, yeah, or no? Or is this all commercial offices coming up?
So that'll lead up to your second floor,
Okay.
and that actually goes to, what's it say on the map? Commercial offices.
Yeah, commercial.
So the
offices is what it says
administration
right there.
office, yeah.
Okay.
And we want to be going down. Let's see.
If you want. Don't you worry about those.
Don't you worry about those. Not a problem. Not a problem.
About what?
Now, do we have to cut through? Do we have to cut through kind of like the administrative offices to kind of get to that staircase, or how does that work? If we're trying to go subfloor.
You're just trying to go subfloor. So you had an entrance to the subfloor back in Westlock.
Oh.
I believe this only goes up, I believe. Let me double check my
I thought
map.
we were going, yeah.
One thing I did want to include, but I forgot to include, was the fact that, and maybe I said it, the facility itself is running on backup power. So you have limited lighting, limited sources, and things like that. So your normal power isn't running.
Okay, and that would just be normal occurrence for us, or is that just kind of something that's happened here recently? Is it just because Hadley's Hope is just kind of like a shithole on the planet, or what?
No, this is not normal.
Are we just in a bad neighborhood?
Yeah. Nope, this is not normal. This
Okay.
is actually something that is very rare at this point because of the new boiler system that you guys have since added in to the colony itself. There is the old generator, which is considered the backup generator right now. But yes, your new system, you rarely have any issues.
Is this extra green looking console in the hallway something important?
That would be considered. You look at your map here, and look at your legend. It could either be considered an intercom, or it could be access to the mother mainframe.
Okay.
Perhaps this access over here can tell us what's going on.
I was getting ready to suggest that. Who's good with communications?
I think I am.
It would be like a ComTech role, but really you wouldn't have to roll for anything because it's basically a standard everyday thing that you guys would do. So I wouldn't need you to have to roll anything. Accessing Mother, on the other hand, might be a little different, but that's it's up to you.
Could we try to establish communications down on the subfloor, sublevel?
Yeah, you can certainly reach out. Certainly, absolutely. Is that what you're doing, Sonya?
Sure. I don't think I'm good at comms.
Well, you just said the
No
comms
shit, you had to get to a
wouldn't
boss
be
level somehow.
a bad check, I think.
Yeah, there's no check for this. It's just
Okay.
using it to see if anybody answers.
All right, I'll try to reach that floor level that it's telling everybody to evacuate to. Then.
Okay. Currently, you're just hearing static and nothing in the background.
Yeah, it's not good.
I would
Well,
be
this-
just kind of wandering up through here, trying to see if I can see like anybody.
The stairs are back that way.
Yeah. So these stairs, they just go up to an airlock, like you were talking about, or is it just kind of?
No, they go up to the administrative offices.
Okay. Then I just want to go up there and see if there's anybody even up in admin, while everybody's just kind of looking around.
Okay. You going by yourself?
I'll follow
I mean,
him.
unless somebody wants to go with me, I'm venturing into. This is kind of weird that I haven't seen anybody yet, and I've done half my cleaning route.
Oh,
Half my cleaning route.
It's finally dawning.
Okay.
I'll go up there too.
All right. Let me whisk you over here on the map. And pull you up on the stairs. 1 second, please.
I didn't want to interrupt them like doing their comm stuff. I just figured that was going to be like my course of action. That's what I'm doing while they're kind of doing whatever they're doing.
Yeah, no. We'll bounce back and forth in between people because there's going to be 5 of you,
Right.
and likely all of you are going to have your own thing to do. So that is completely fine. We'll just bounce around. And so all your tokens are up here, but if you guys aren't up here, just let me know, and I'll fade you out. It's just so you can see what's going on as well on the map, because otherwise you won't be able to see anything.
10-4.
So you're up on the second floor. This is the administrative offices, and you would know that normally. Like I said, you've all been here for about 2 years. The hallways are just the same. Maybe a little more nice features, you know, because the administration they've got to live a little bit better than the normal people, right? But again, nothing. No one around. No sounds. Just the hum of the air vents.
So like, yeah, I would just be kind of wandering around. Obviously nobody in sight, and I kind of turn to Hannah and Michael. And I'm sure you guys are already thinking it by now. This is real fucking weird.
We've been thinking it for a while, ding dong.
Well, I'm sure there's an explanation. We can check it out.
Somebody has to be around here, because someone screamed.
Right.
What is this scream you keep talking about?
You didn't hear that scream when we walked in.
No, I was down on the other side.
Mopping.
Yeah, I was cleaning the floors. I had no idea. I'm literally figuratively in the dark.
Right.
Trust us, there was a scream.
Oh, I have no doubt. Is it like a somebody's dead? Is it like a we don't know kind of scream? What's the situation here?
The kind of scream that follows up a gunshot. Pretty panicked, might be dead, verge of dead, who knows?
Right. Well, I don't like that for sure. And like as I'm looking around, is there like any signs that people like abruptly left? Was it just kind of like a done for the day and never returned? What's the kind of the situation here? Is it
In the hallways, they just simply look deserted. You don't see anything where you're at in the hallways.
okay? And so we are on the second floor now?
You are.
Okay. So if we're in admin office, then
And as you guys start to go anywhere, if you're about to go into a room, let me know beforehand.
Okay.
No specific reason other than I have descriptions of every room, and some rooms have stuff, some rooms don't. So I just want to.
Great.
Some rooms have aliens, some rooms don't.
yeah. Some rooms hand out.
Some
free
rooms
hugs, the other
need
ones-
cleaned.
Yeah.
Real cleaned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some have bear traps.
Some.
Some bear traps.
Since we weren't getting anything on the comms, I saw everyone else slinking up the stairs, so I follow behind. I'm kind of in the back of the group.
Okay.
I just kind of want to stand at the hallway and go, "Hello." Just hollering like something
Shut
stupid.
the fuck up!
You do not get a response.
Housekeeping!
Yeah. Housekeeping.
Housekeeping! Turn down service!
Yeah.
You guys know that if there is something or someone in here, they're gonna hear your loud mouths.
They already heard our loud mouths.
I'm sure they have.
Well,
Why are we just standing in the hallway?
yeah, if everyone's already downstairs, we should just head downstairs, y'all.
Well, I was getting ready to make a assumption to walk into this door before everybody's favorite boss decided to show just how small of a brain and big of a mouth she had.
Says the guy that took 10 minutes longer than everybody else to realize what's going on.
All right, let's see if anyone's in the office.
Yeah, I'm gonna like swing this door open. Dion,
All right. So
game mother.
who's all going in? Roll for initiative.
face hugger.
I've already got my
The queen
my-
stands before you.
Fine.
3 laser dots appear on your forehead.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So go ahead and open the door and walk in.
Sweet.
Whoever's walking in.
Yup.
In we go.
So this office is the primary office for the Weyland-Yutani executives. It's clearly marked Administrator's Office. Usually the office is vacant, reserved for senior authorities visiting from off-world. This is most likely the current office for the inspection team. That was Comiskey and Reynolds, right? The door was unlocked, and as you walk in, you see a woman seated in the chair with her back to you. She sits at her desk, but she doesn't respond.
Housekeeping. I'm just kidding, Miss Reynolds. I'm just coming in to get the trash. How are you today?
Taking the dead off. And you don't get a response. But she seems
very-
quietly snoozing with her head down.
Buried in her work, I see.
Bad time to take a nap.
I'm gonna, like, walk over and if there's like any sort of like like again trying to pick up the trash and things like that.
Okay. Morgan, give me an observation roll, please.
Observation.
So as you're doing a great job at being a janitor and cleaning things at the administrative office while she seems to be sitting there quietly asleep, you notice literally underneath her chair a large pool of blood.
And as I'm kind of picking up and looking around, and I'm like, ah, geez, hard day, yeah, probably. Oh, whoa.
What's the matter?
Now, unless old girl had tomato soup in the last 36 hours, she dead.
What?
D-E-D, dead. Look at the floor.
Hannah will move forward to check, maybe check for a pulse.
Okay, so her head's down. You're just going to be checking for the pulse, right?
I want to kind of go behind Hannah with like my gun trained toward dead lady's head.
Okay, all right.
Well, damn.
So Hannah, you check for a pulse. You don't see anything, but you do notice that her head's kind of down like this, almost like this in a way, right? You see the blood all underneath her arms and everything else. You don't see where it's coming from, and you also see a bit what looks to be like the string of a lanyard on the back of her neck. It kind of looks like she might be wearing it or might be hanging.
Oh, okay. While I check for the pulse, can I try to pull that lanyard off?
You're gonna have to pull her up. You gotta lift her up so she's at least leaning and sitting back in the chair.
All right. I'll play your games. Okay. I'll pull her up.
I'll play your games, gay ass.
Get out of here.
Okay. So, as you pull her up, you're startled to see her head, or what's left of it. It's covered in blood. She has obviously been brutally killed. Her face seemingly collapsed from some sort of violent piercing force. So there's really nothing left right here.
Should have gotten free hugs, didn't she?
Yeah, she did get some free hugs. And then on her shirt, you do see that it says Miranda Reynolds. And so, since all 5 of you are in there and you all see this, add 1 more stress to your character sheets.
Was she one of the 2 that came in on that shuttle?
Correct.
Yes.
Did you say add 1 or 2?
Just 1. Add 1 to your sheet. And you also kind of see when you had pulled her up, Hannah, in one of her hands, I should say, some sort of small device that has a light blinking on it.
Okay, do I recognize that device?
You would notice that it in fact is a comms device.
Okay. Can I try to grab that from her hand?
Yeah, if you want, sure.
I would love to.
Okay.
Do you lift her hand up?
So yeah, you take that. Nothing happens. I mean, it's a little gooey from some coagulated blood, but yeah.
Hirsch, would you happen to have a rag?
Well, had one, but in all this rustle and bustle, I left it in the subfloor.
Just
Hirsch?
like wipe it off.
I do have this though, and I pull up like a napkin, since some ungrateful ingrate left it on the table, and I do have like a small
Thank
napkin.
you.
I like that he was gonna wipe it off on himself instead of on the dead person.
I assume he's probably
Right.
used to
It's so polite.
Like the light,
all of that.
the manners.
Right.
And Morgan, as you'd made your way around that table, when you noticed that blood, you did notice strangely that there were broken bits of metal and screws kind of scattered about.
Broken bits of metal and screws, you said?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, I mean that's not normal, but like, can I look around and see if there's like any sort of a quick answer as to why it would be there? Like looking up to see if it fell from the ceiling somehow, maybe HVAC unit, something like that.
Yeah, you said the magic words, sir.
Ooh.
Above you, it becomes obvious that a ventilation grill overhead had been battered free, and the vent itself has been twisted and mangled.
I had the feeling you kept pointing out that all we could hear was that the ventilation system. I was like, they're in there.
So yeah, I would make that known to the rest of everybody else. I would just kind of point up and say, that's probably why you heard a scream in the vent. And if I had to guess, the scream is concurrent with the sound of Miss Reynolds. All in a day's work.
If that's true, then where's her gun?
But it's quite simple. The bitch behind you's got it. She said she come out
She had
guns
her own
blazing,
gun.
right? She did say that? She said gun
She's-
trained. She was coming around the table gun trained.
She does have her own
It's
gun.
her gun.
Yeah.
How do you know?
I was in the room with everybody else when we heard the scream.
Right.
I think we should shoot her and find out later.
Hannah, did you also take that lanyard? Did you take both of those?
If I can, I don't know, like action economy wise, I'd love to grab both. I don't know what's on the lanyard.
I'll grab it.
I was just gonna say I would approach and just kind of look her up and down and say, Waylon Yutani, always thinking they're in charge, but leaving a mess behind.
Right.
Don't I know it?
Well, I wonder if we can use this to access some data. See if there's any fucking funky experiments that's been going on.
I don't think we need to concentrate on getting down to that sub level and figuring out where everyone else is. This is
Aliens
dangerous.
and robots?
Yeah, you had got a little robot-y sounded.
Yep.
There for a second, so
Oh,
yeah, we'd only heard like going down to the sub level.
okay. No, I think right now our priority is to find everyone else. We need to get down to that sub level and see if anyone else is alive.
Well, we're not going to learn any more here, I don't think. Let's carry on then, if that's what we're doing.
So
I'm with you.
was somebody grabbing the lanyard or the comm device?
I've got the comm
Yes.
device.
I was going to say, I think Michael got it.
Okay.
And if nobody is picking up the lanyard, I will scoop the lanyard. If that's not the case.
What was that, Sonya?
You know that?
I grabbed it.
Okay. Two things. Hannah, you see that the green light on the comms device is still flashing. And Sonya, when you pick up the lanyard, you do notice that it is Miranda Reynolds' security lanyard, her security badge. So it's what she uses to access things.
Are there any signs of Kaminsky here?
In the office?
Right.
In terms of signs, what do you mean?
Because I believe they had both come by, and so I was wondering, like, is it a situation where maybe the two of them would be kind of chilling together, or like would Kaminsky have been here as well? Maybe set up shop to oversee things or what?
Likely, you would know that they probably shared the office.
Okay.
Is that
Maybe
all?
maybe she's just not there right now. Nothing outside of the ordinary. That just the fact that you have one dead body there tells you where she might be.
Is that comms device like a recording device, or is it just communications?
It's like a walkie-talkie, like a back and forth.
Okay. Can I take it up to my ear and try to listen to it?
Are you turning it on, like opening up the channel?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to.
See if somebody else is on the other end.
Okay. So you get some static for a second, and then on the other line, you hear a female who's extremely frantic. And she says, Miranda, thank God you're there. I've been trying to reach you. We need to get out of here.
Where are you?
It goes silent for a second. Say that again?
Where are you? Miranda's been killed.
And it's a good minute before you get an actual response back. Maybe she's processing what you just said to her. Miranda's been killed? Who is this?
This is Hannah Singleton. I'm here with, well, the only people I've seen here. We have Hirsch, Holroyd, Macwhirr, and Sigg.
Are you guys? I need your help.
Where are you?
I'm in the medical bay.
Medical bay. All right. And I hopefully, would I know exactly where the medical bay is?
Yeah, you would know where it's at. Yep, and I can help get you there too, with the maps and everything, if you decide to go that direction.
Great. Is this Kaminsky?
Sorry, you were asking?
Yeah.
This is.
All right. We're on our way.
May I?
Yes.
Kaminsky, this is Macwhirr. Do you have any idea what's going on? We've been out of the facility. We just returned. Everything's quiet. We heard screams. Enlighten me.
I don't know. I've been locked in this medical room for quite some time. They had an alert go out over the system wide. Everything was shutting down. The storm shutters, they shut down. They went over the windows, and suddenly the power went out, and the backup went on. I don't know what's going on either.
I kind of say not loud enough to be heard over the device. Weyland-Yutani never has any answers.
All right, we'll be en route.
Thank you. She sounds almost relieved to hear that there might be some help coming her way.
I think she does know what's going on. I don't trust them.
Well, we're not going to find any answers standing here, so let's go.
Nope. I'll be right back. I have to shut my shop down real quick. Just gotta lock the door.
Again, I take one last look up there at that HVAC. You said obviously all the grating and stuff had come off, like, you know, something had been pulled off. Is there anything like around the opening, anything noticeable, like a piece of cloth or something that may have been like emphasis or some sort of like an indication that something crawled in, maybe?
Observation roll, sir.
Observation roll.
Give me an observation, and it's going to be a modifier.
Okay, yeah, you know, I can do the modifier. Which one? You stress or base?
So here, hang on.
Or is that one good enough?
with both of those and the stress. So go ahead and add one stress to that for me, please.
Add one stress. Gotcha.
Okay. Nope. Oh no, I was going off your previous roll, Morgan.
Oh, okay. Never mind. We're good then. Okay. So just add one more stress to my
yeah.
sheet.
So gotcha. Add one, but also click on your stress button.
Mm-hmm. I'm freaking out, man.
So well, I'll let you describe to me what happens with you in this condition, okay?
Oh my gosh.
So as you're looking up, the vents are obviously large enough for adult-sized people to crawl into these things. Whatever was that crawled into this was not adult size. It was much larger. And you do kind of see, it almost looks like a clear liquid. It's kind of lined around the bottom edges. And it almost is like long and drippy in its texture, I guess.
So you see, like, as everybody's kind of like packing up and almost leaving, you actually see me kind of, you see Morgan kind of looking, and he's looking around, kind of sees something, and that chair, does it move or is it stationary to the room?
That one?
Yeah.
No, it moves, it spins.
Okay, so I would have rolled it, or if I could roll it around to like over there to get a closer look. And as I'm looking, you actually see me pull out from my little bag my blowtorch or my cutting torch, and I just kind of strike it just enough to kind of give me some more light. And just as soon as I strike that, you just kind of see me gasp, and they hear the clanking of that cutting torch hitting the ground as I fall off the back of the chair and land and just get really pale and it's just. Whew, and just speechless at the current moment.
What is happened?
That something didn't come out of there. Something climbed in there. And it's not fucking little.
Is it in there right now?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'm betting it's not human. And then I would, like, at that point, just kind of point out the clear liquid that's around, like that slimy liquid that's around the open.
What about the liquid?
I would just describe it to them, like, I would just tell them it's there, essentially.
I would look at the liquid a little bit closer.
Yeah, at this point, I'm scrambling around looking to see where my cutting torch went. I know that it turned off, like I turned it off as I was falling, or like it has a trigger and it's not lit right now, but I don't know where it is.
Okay. And so, Sonny, you're looking at this liquid, whatever this is, this goo. It's nothing you've ever seen before.
And I would like to use my talent of analysis.
Okay. Let's see. That is, so you're going to roll for observation to gain insight on this?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and roll observation for me.
just as soon as I find... There it is. Someone open a door?
No, that's steam. That's some of the steam vents.
Oh, thank goodness.
I thought I clicked the wrong thing.
I got so scared.
So, you have quite a few successes here. So if you... Where you at, Sonny? So if you double-click your thing, click on skills, you go over here to observation and click on the screwdriver and the wrench.
Mm-hmm.
Because you had extra successes here, it's considered what's called a stunt. So it's almost like a little extra bonus in terms of how you want to use it. And in those lists, they're kind of give you an idea of some questions you can ask. So you, let's see. So here, with the success of your role, this is your talent. You can ask any one of those questions or something along those lines, and I can provide you some insight on top of your stunt here.
So I get 3 questions for 3 successes?
Yes.
What is it from? Would I recognize that?
You would not. What?
Okay.
You would not recognize it.
How old is it? Does it look like it's been there a minute, or if it's something just occurred here?
From the way it looks and its texture, you would think that it's pretty recent. You know, given the fact that you don't know anything about it, if this had been sitting there for days and it still looks the same, you would have no clue. But based on everything you know so far in the science world, that you would think that this seems pretty recent.
And do I think it's recent enough that, do I think whatever left it is close by?
I would say, and we're gonna pull a Star Trek here. Logic dictates that whatever was here might come back.
Okay, so I'm standing there staring at this goo while the rest of them do whatever they're doing at the moment.
And it's just watching you, just like eager to find out what it is.
Hey, Sigg. Maybe you shouldn't stand there.
What? Oh. I was focused there. All right, yeah, let's move on.
Yeah. I'm heading back out.
So as you guys are heading back out, you do kind of hear a bit of rustle. Maybe it's something echoing through the vents. Maybe it's something else. You're not sure, but you are hearing kind of a bit of a sound, scraping on metal, basically. And let me see if I can find that here for you. Play that again. And you can adjust the music sounds too, if you like. I have them set up for them to come across the stream, but these are the sounds that you're hearing as you guys are walking out of the room.
Sounds like something
From the vents.
big.
Yeah.
Sonny suddenly has a pep in his step and is out in the hallway.
Yeah, I'm so panicked. I'm hanging next to Sonny because Sonny just kind of like my only friend at the current moment. I'm just like, I'm fucking out of here. Nope. I need an adult.
I'm just like on the tail end, kind of watching everybody's back.
Hannah is gonna start heading towards that med bay to try to look for Kaminsky.
Okay.
All right.
And so you guys are both headed out of the room, all of you.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and move yourselves out.
Okay.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Oh, here. Some of the walls, I'll move you,
Oh, thank you.
are pretty thin on the map because I had to get it all to fit on this map that was created for this. So, are all 4 of you going to the med bay?
This is creepy.
Yeah. Now that we've heard that information, I think, yeah, it's probably better to go secure a survivor than it is to just head down.
Okay. So you guys would all know from your map. Let me make sure I have it up here and I'm telling you the correct direction. Let's see.
It's on this floor, I believe.
Yeah, it is. It's in block E2. And I will ping the area for you. Let's see.
Take a right and a right and then another right. No.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yep.
That sounds right.
It's in that direction.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now you've really screwed us up.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll help guide you down the hall.
In my panicked
Great.
state, I'm not going anywhere very fast.
So yeah, you're going down that hall.
With the sounds of those footsteps, I'd like to take out my my pistol and just have it ready.
Okay. Sure. What are you afraid of, Hannah?
For the
Everything.
sake of, did I ever actually find my cutting torch again, or is it actually lost?
No,
It
you
said
would have
drop
found
an
it.
item.
Yeah, you would have found
Okay.
it.
Okay.
You would've found it.
Just wanted to make sure.
Well, why does everyone else have a gun?
Right.
Or is that normal? Would I not think it's abnormal for them to have guns?
I mean, I think given the situation, like, so they would have, so you know that Morgan's considered like one of the security guys on station. Sonya is one of the head people that help run the joint, head union rep. You know, it probably wouldn't be unusual for her to have a weapon. But also, given the situation, the fact that they have them out would probably be more of a comfort to you than anything.
Oh, okay.
So you would continue down the hall to the red light and hang a left or hang a
Red light.
northeast.
Hang it that way.
Yeah.
As we're going down the hall, do we hear like the footsteps up there following us?
So, as you guys round the corner, this sound is what you hear. Play that for you. It's got to load up.
That was the wrong sound, right?
No, that was not the wrong sound. So that is the sound that you all hear.
Oh no!
Yeah, I don't like that at all. Morgan's just kind of jumping at the sound of everything at this point.
I'm gonna put a hand on Morgan's shoulder, just gently.
You trying to calm him down?
Yeah.
Okay. You can do something for that if you like.
Yeah.
Okay. On your sheet, in an attempt to calm him down, generally it's more like it's considered like a command roll, because it's your command is attached to your empathy attribute. So if you want to make a command roll, I'll let you know if it helps or hurts him.
Does nothing.
Does nothing. Would you like to push that?
Oh yeah, I forgot we could push
I'm
rolls.
gonna try to
That's
push.
right there.
No? Okay.
Oh, I know. I'm not gonna try to push it.
I completely forgot all about that. Even
And
though it's
so-
big and right there in the way.
If it does help, you don't notice.
Okay.
And you guys got to go straight down the hallway to the next red light. If that's where you're going.
Okay.
Oh, so Hirsch is still panicked?
Hirsch is still panicked.
Oh, you didn't have to put that on.
So it's much quieter now as you guys get farther away, but you are still hearing these strange sounds.
How many are there?
Followed by that, you hear this.
It's following us.
I'm gonna take out my motion tracker and try to use that.
Okay. All right. So, let's do this. Let me bring it up.
I have to do a power roll.
Not yet. Hang on one
Okay.
second. So, where are we at? Oops. And so, okay. Wonder why my app, there it is. There we go, and there you go, Matt. That is what you see.
Did you pop
Okay.
something up?
In that case, I'd like to point. Since we're facing the northeast, I'm gonna point west and say, I think it's over there. We should be good to keep going.
And you do notice it's kind of going farther west from you, Hannah. So on your sheet,
Great.
go to your inventory, please.
Yes.
And click on power once, and let's see if you lose any power for using this. You do. You lose one, it does it automatically. So there you
Okay.
go.
Yes, I think we're good to go on ahead. Don't worry, Hirsch. It won't be able to hurt you.
So, like, Hirsch would be trying to calm himself down, and at the point of hearing that, does no good. Like, goes right back to panic again for a second.
Okay. I'm going to go up to Hirsch and kind of grab him by the shoulders, and I'm going to say, look, I know you hate my guts, but you've got to calm down. We've got to help the people in this facility. You've got to get your head on straight. And I'm going to use command.
Okay.
Oh, get done. Damn it, man.
Whoa!
All right. So, oops, wrong one. Where you at, Janice? Sorry, Sonya. Sonya. So go to your skills real quick and go to command.
Mm-hmm.
Right to next, you see the screwdriver and wrench.
Yeah.
Let's see. So basically, for every success you had, which your extra success, you're going to get a +1 modification to that. So let's see here. So let me find Morgan here. So Morgan, upon hearing that, maybe it has the fact that you two work together. You guys are at each other's throats all the time. up each other's ass about everything. You know, it's obvious that you guys don't like each other. Everybody on the colony knows you don't like each other. But something about her talking to you in this way and in this fashion, like, really hits home for you. And it does seem to calm you down quite a bit, especially like you can see and feel that she's being genuine at this point.
So, Morgan, he feels that empathy, and like in an effort to kind of almost, I guess, in a way to kind of not look vulnerable, I guess. Like, he doesn't want people to think that, like, this person that he hates so much just helped him, right? So he's just kind of like, yeah, I'm a freaking Marine, for Christ's sake. Of course, got to get it together. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Macwhirr.
Good man.
So that I removed it for you, your panic condition, and because of the success, I removed some stress for you.
Nice. I think is that. I think, yeah.
And we're all continuing on?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, keep on.
However, we can most quietly open this next door.
Quietly open the door then.
I still got my eyes trained on the bed. That was not
no.
fun.
Well, that was about as subtle as a brick through a window.
Right.
Stairs go down, and then the next hallway continues on essentially what is considered east. You would know that the stairs, let me find out where I'm at here. They go down, find it on the map. They keep you in the personal offices in block C1, right before the doors go to the outside. This is like a walkway above the ground, connecting you to the next block. This next door.
Right.
Someone else want to open this one?
So, and you actually notice, Morgan, now that he's not panicked, you kind of almost looking at him, he kind of has almost a whole different demeanor about him. Walks different, kind of more upright now, kind of walking with a purpose, not talking at all.
And the doors behind you shut automatically.
So, obviously these are like airlock doors, but like, are we talking, inches thick? How are we talking? Like,
they're pretty thick.
I was about to say, what's the ability to be able to hear through them? If there was something, it would have to be a pretty good commotion to be able to hear it through, right? If at all.
You probably wouldn't hear anything through these big double doors.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna walk up and slowly as you can open an airlock door. I'm gonna swing it as well.
Never gonna get used to that.
No.
Dude, I love it. The immersion is dope.
No.
Right?
It's cool.
Funny note,
Go ahead.
Not to take away from the game, but a lazy dragon got on a little early, was looking at the foundry, and we were talking in Discord, and randomly I played a loud alien sound. You know how you guys can see the mouse on your screen move around? You can see theirs just shoot across the screen, and I get a message with a sad face that said, "Why?" So it was pretty good. I enjoyed that.
So coming in, obviously, this is another intercom or like another station, right, for communications, right?
Yes.
Is there anything like on it whenever we first come in, or is it just kind of typical you have to access and use its interface?
No, you just have to access it, but nothing seems or appears to be moving in that, like a notification. Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if there was like something like immediately like, hey, we have like some sort of an issue, anything like that, or if it's just kind of like it would normally be resting on a normal day.
Okay. The only thing you really see is basically the emergency message that all of you, but Morgan, heard when you walked in to Hadley's Hope. Basically that there was an emergency and that everyone was to gather to the sub level. And that was it. And even that is very choppy and very staticky on the screen. You know, let's say 1980s TV cable, you don't really have a good reception, but it is coming in. You know, there's lines and there's static across it.
Gotcha.
And that might be because the facility is running on the backup, or maybe there's something else going on.
Okay.
But you all know that you enter what's considered B block. And this block is basically the direction you did want to go. You know that there are several things on this floor, several different rooms. I will let you reference your map to find those out. But you know that you have to turn right down the hallway and continue on to get to the med lab or the surgery room.
Hannah's going straight in that direction.
I would be following them.
Okay.
Like I stopped, paused for a minute, was gonna access the terminal, and then I decided against it last minute to follow them.
Okay.
I'd be opening this door right here on the
Ping me?
right, going down the hall, but
Okay. You want to open the door, you said?
yes,
Okay.
because I was referencing my map in character before I did that.
Okay.
Of course, it's probably written on the wall too.
You just going in, you say anything, and is anybody following?
Yeah, you actually notice Morgan. If Sigg says anything about like audibly about opening the door, did you announce that you were gonna swing that open, or are you just kind of doing it?
No, I was walking down the hallway looking at my map, and then when I see the door, I just turn and open it.
Okay, yeah, and as soon as you turn and open it, I would be kind of like walking up at that point and kind of glance in, but kind of be standing at the doorway as the door swings open.
Okay. And what's everybody else doing?
Waiting,
Hannah is
but
continuing
wondering
forward.
what they're doing.
Okay, so Hannah, you're going to keep going?
Hannah, wait.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of bringing up the rear, keeping my eyes on the air vents, listening for funky sounds.
Funky town.
Michael, was that in character?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sonny, you walk in, and maybe you know this, maybe just because you know the map or you've been here before, you realize that you're walking into the armory.
I was getting ready to ask if there's anyone.
So as you walk in, maybe you've been here before, maybe not, but you notice that the armory is divided into two. A large metal cage locking all the armaments, obviously safely inside. And the armory door, is quite heavy. You would know that specific people likely have keys and access to this room, and you're not one of them.
Would I have access? Or would Miranda have access?
Miranda would not have access.
Would I? What about security dude?
I don't know that I would have access. I mean, I could try, maybe.
Would he know if he knows if he has access?
He would know if he has access, and he would have access.
He who has the access.
Most
I'll be like, oh yeah, me.
So you kind of, it's not really a key, it's your key card, right? You normally
Right.
just kind of walk up and pat at it and you'd get a thing. This is giving you a red light and almost like an error sound that says denied.
So then I take it off and like wipe it on my shirt. I'm like, beep, beep.
He blows on it like a Nintendo cartridge.
Hitting it like a 64 cartridge, you know. Sons of bitches. Like,
Yeah.
beep. I was the last
So-
one to get one because fucking Macwhirr just didn't want me to have
it just
one.
keeps telling you denied. And Alpha Wolf, thank you for that drop. I know where I'm going to use that, sir. It does not work. However, and this is more to help you guys in terms of the verse and the game and things like that. You would know one of two things, not only as one of the security agents, but also one of the cleaners on station. You know that you could possibly hack the system, or you have a fancy fandangled device on your persons that might melt through the lock itself.
Oh.
So, yeah, I'm like looking around and I'm like, beep, beep. And you see me do this like a stupid amount of times. Like it's almost getting annoyingly dumb that I'm just like, stupid key, beep, beep.
They didn't. He wasn't a Marine because he was smart.
Crayons.
Beep, beep. You know what? And I slam it. You see me go, oh, and I just start melting the sides of this freaking door.
All right. So from that, sir, what I need from you is to go. Let me see here. Go ahead and open your sheet up and click the torch.
Power button.
No, not the power button.
So let's just click the torch itself.
Yeah. I'm double
But that
checking.
didn't do anything at first. There we go.
Was it not? There it goes. Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, there we
I
go.
did the second one. I'll kill the second one. Okay. So as you start to cut, you notice that you are making progress, but it's slow progress.
Mhm.
And while you're standing there, let's see here, Hannah, in your hand, you notice that you get this sound from your radio.
Yes.
And on the other end is your friend that you just met, Kaminsky, and she still sounds panicked, and seems to be amped up again. Where are you? I thought you were coming.
I'm on my way. I'm almost there.
You need to hurry up.
All right. All right. And can I open and just start running?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, yes you can. Preach. We'll get back to you in a second. Hannah, so
Understand.
you're
Standing by.
running that direction. Is anybody going with Hannah?
Yeah, I shout out Singleton, and I'll follow.
Okay.
Hopefully loud enough for them to hear me in the room.
That loud enough that you don't want them to know that you're going?
No, I want to yell out loud enough so that they hear that we're running away, essentially.
Okay.
Oh no, am I trapped in this?
Somebody opened the door. Oh, I see what you did. Okay, so we'll follow you two for a moment.
Okay.
Down the hall, you'll know that you're not too far out now. That the door, I don't know if you can see my ping down here.
Okay.
The door
Yes.
is just down the hallway.
All right. I'm going straight for it.
Okay. So you're running down the hall, and like everywhere else, it's vacant, it's dead. There's nobody around. There's nothing going on, and you just hear the slight hum of the air vents.
nothing stops me, I'm booking it all the way over there.
Okay. And you make it to that door.
Is it locked? Can I try?
It is not locked. Go ahead.
All right. Kaminsky, are you here?
So you walk into this room, and this is the med lab. You would recognize, everybody's probably been here before for some cuts or scrapes or being sick. It's the upper level medical lab. But generally, it's appropriated for special procedures, special surgeries, things of that nature. You walk in to basically the what's considered like the primary room. It's divided into sections that has heavy medical equipment, scanners, there's computers, there's imaging machines, there's lab test equipment. Like obviously initially in that room, everything looks to be just in complete disarray. Chairs are on the ground, items, beakers, things that would be in a medical lab are just thrown about all over the place. In the distance, you do see a large viewing window, which appears to be like what you would look into to watch maybe a operating room. And you know it's only accessible through one of the rooms down the hall in the med lab that you're currently in. And since you both are standing there, if you could both give me an observation roll, please.
Uh-oh. Oh, stress.
Okay. Let's see. Hannah, go ahead on your character sheet. Click on the stress button for me.
Okay.
You're keeping it together. The sights and everything that you see really don't shake you, but they are hurting. And then you should give yourself one more stress.
Sounds good.
Okay.
You all right, Holroyd?
So far.
Okay, let's press on. And move forward.
Careful not to trip.
Right. Okay. May I open this door?
If you want.
All right.
So, as you start to walk into that room, or as you open the door, you notice behind the window, you see a frantic and horribly upset female kind of pounding on the glass.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And in front of you is none other than Dr. Theodora Kaminsky. And she is currently in the operating room. Along with Kaminsky, though, it's easy to see the dead body of another male back on the operating table behind her. On the floor, though, is what really stands out to all of you. And that's the shriveled up remains of some large, almost parasitic, spider-like looking alien organism. Behind her are several specimen tubes that actually have two that are alive. And you see them kind of in this tube of water, beat against the glass. You kind of see their little tail like whip around in there, and if you were in that room, you would likely know that you could hear it hitting that glass.
Uh-huh.
And she looks at you. And are you the one that I've been talking to?
Yes.
And, can you get me out of here?
Yes, what do I do?
You've got to unlock the door on the other side. I can't unlock it.
All right.
I can't unlock it from the inside. You're going to have to unlock it from the outside.
All right. give it a shot.
Okay. So you see that it's locked. Are you just going to try and open it? Are you going to try and use your access badge? What would you like to do?
Oh, goodness. Can I try my access badge? I'd like to see if I could get in there normally.
Sure.
Before I start whacking away.
You could try your access badge, certainly. So, it hits, and it does flash red. Likely because most people that have access to this are either higher up supervisors or more than likely surgeons or doctors themselves.
Okay.
And you can hear her like pounding on the door behind you. And you would also know, Hannah, that you could likely try and hack this too.
Oh, yeah, let's give that a shot.
Okay. So you both are standing there. Michael, what's going on with you?
I'm waiting for Hannah to exhaust her tries. Are my electronic tools any use in this situation?
They absolutely could be. Yes. So this would be considered a ComTech rule, and it would be a modification of -1. So, since you're both in the room, you guys could likely discuss who might do this, or maybe who knows how to do it better, or like you said, Michael,
Yes.
I have these tools to help.
Are you good at electronics, Michael?
They didn't hire me just to stand around and look pretty.
All right. Maybe we can
Work on this together. And would I be able to help, Michael?
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Okay. So, Michael, you're going to do the main role then?
Sure.
Okay. So, what I need from you then, let's see. Let's see here. Let me double check
So
your
I have
tools.
I have a +2 in ComTech.
Yes.
I've got a 1.
Okay. So, the role that I would have you normally do on your skill set would be right click on ComTech, and it would be a -1. Because of your tools and because of the assistance from Hannah, maybe she's done this before. You don't know, but it's actually going to give you a +1. So all you have to do is just type 1 in there. You don't have to type +1.
Okay.
And then do the roll.
Nice.
So I'm going to add something in here also.
Nice. Good.
And Michael, something odd stands out to you about Hannah's almost... Her ability to hack seemed quite easy for her. And the door unlocks. And real quick,
Thank
we're
goodness.
gonna go back to the other three. You three, what's going on?
Yeah, about halfway through, boss.
Yeah. Yeah. No. A few minutes have gone by, so you have eventually broken through the armory door, and it does unlock.
So finally get to the end of it, and it just kind of looks there, and I kind of look around, and I just boot the door,
And I immediately step through. I don't waste a minute to let him go through, even though he cut the door down.
Okay. And what are you doing, gentlemen and ladies?
Doing a search for personal protection, since everyone else in this place has a gun.
Right.
Okay. Sonny, bottom left corner of your screen, you have a macro. It's labeled this finding stuff. Go ahead and click it. You don't find anything.
Oh no!
Big sad. Big sad.
So I step in, and like as I'm, for me, like as I look in and immediately recognize this place, and I start going to all the places that I know that there would, be, if there was anything left, this is where it would be, and I start looking in those areas.
You, sir, give me an observation roll +1.
Oh, sure.
Well, being a scientist.
Oh,
Ooh, add 1 stress.
of course.
I'm
stressed because everybody took all my damn guns.
Yep.
Keep your shit together.
Seems like while I was mopping the floor, everybody else had a damn pistol.
I should shoot these things.
Stop trying to hit me. So, give me 1 second here to find something for you. Okay.
You find a kitty.
You now.
You find
It really
a
is
dead
aliens.
cat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa.
So with the stress dice, sir, go ahead and roll your stress for me.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Chicka chicka pow. Of course.
Oh my gosh!
Okay. Make a note of that, please.
Morgan.
So there'll be some you this starts to happen, but what you're in this armory. There's literally nothing left. It seems like it was picked over, almost looted, ransacked. But you know that only certain people have access to this. You do know that there are special places that some of the security reps and even some of the Marines, when they randomly come to the station, hide weapons. And so that's where you go to look. And when you do get there, you do find a shotgun sitting there with 4 rounds sitting next to it.
So yeah, like as I come in, I'm looking through and I'm like kind of moving stuff around and looking, and I just keep getting more and more irritated as I go. And the panic is not necessarily like scared tremble as much as it's just anger, pure anger. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm just throwing stuff, and finally I'm just like, ooh, all right, one last spot. And I swear to God, if it's not there, I'm gonna be pissed. And I walk over and I like kind of dig around and kind of move around, and I finally pull it out. And I'm like, ha, there she is. How you doing, Eleanor? It's been a minute. And I scoop her up, and I finally walk over and I go, see, Sonny boy, this is where you just have to look. And I toss it to him.
It's beautiful. You tossed it to me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Let me switch sheets here. Hold on. All right. I'll delete it from there.
Honestly, if you hadn't gave it to him, I probably would have taken it from you.
So when you do
I
it,
got a buddy with a shotgun and a blowtorch that says, fuck around and find out. It's on you.
I knew I liked you.
Right now.
All right. So, Sonny, I added the weapon into your sheet here, and I gave you the 4 reloads in which it has. And the weapon is currently
Well, I never
empty.
said I give them ammo. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. That's fucked up. So, are you 3 doing anything else?
So there's nothing else in this room? Because I was going to try and find weapons for the others that ran off.
I mean, you could try a roll, but that's a different roll than what Morgan did. He knew a special hidden spot, and when Sonny went in there, he didn't find anything. Not saying you won't. But,
Is it the finding stuff?
Yes.
Again?
Yeah. So just remember, you're not going to be able to search B block at all after this. So it's just a reminder, you do you. That's all.
Oh.
You find nothing. Okay. And give me 1 second here. I've got to make... Thank you.
Yeah, when he throws it to me, I say, I knew I liked you, and then I rack it.
Okay.
Be good to her. She's been good to me. And then I just kind of leave.
All right. You guys all just going back out into the hallway?
Yeah, I would be stepping out into the hallway.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm following down to the med bay now.
Okay. You guys are all heading that direction?
Yes.
Okay.
But just kind of step out and be like, now where did they run off to? And I would see the open door and just kind of be trekking that way. If it's still open. I mean, it shows open on the...
I can't see.
I don't know if airlocks stay open.
No, you would know.
Okay.
Oops.
That's a hard one to get out of that room.
Yeah, you would know that basically all the doors, they tend to shut behind you. Maybe it's a thing because before you got on the planet, there was no atmosphere. Before you terraformed it, safety first kind of thing.
Right.
But all the doors do close behind you. And as you guys are walking out, you do hear these sounds. Where are we at here?
I can't see where I'm going.
And you would know that sound, I don't know if that ping worked for you. It came basically from the end of the hall as you walked out.
Knowing that it came from that end of the hall, I go from a walking to a running speed.
Okay. You guys are going through all these doors.
Yeah, I'm just at this point I'm following Sonny, and like I would be breaking out in the same stride.
Yep. So down that direction is where they went, and that's where you guys are going.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you guys are going in?
See.
Okay. So then I'll go back to you two, Michael and Hannah. The door's unlocked.
She came out of it yet?
No, she's locked from the inside. Like it's still.
Oh, okay.
You would still need to open it yourself. And she comes pouring out, almost kind of falling into your arms, all of you, and obviously she's been crying, and she just is. Thank you for saving me.
The door behind her.
Why? What? Who are you?
My name is Hannah. This is Michael. The three others, we've been checking the place out. It seemed like everyone is gone. Do you know what's going on?
I don't know. We got to get out of here, though. We got to go.
Are we all in that room right now?
At that point, you would have been walking in, so you guys just have to walk down the hallway and come through the door down here. You guys are inside the med lab.
Kinda take a look at what's been going on with this little experiment-looking shit.
And what you're looking at? So you're looking through the window? Okay. And so everyone so far who's looked in that window, give me an extra stress. Because you're likely looking at something you've never witnessed before in your life. You're essentially looking at an alien. And one of this nature does not look friendly, does not look happy, just does not good, just doesn't do good things to your nerves.
Mm-hmm.
I turn around and look at you, Tawny. So, you're who's responsible for this mess.
And she kind of almost stiffens up. And she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Well, it obviously looks like some funky experiments have been going on in that room.
And she stands there for a second, and she looks at you and says, "I was knocked unconscious, and when I woke up, I was laying next to him, and he was dead, and that thing on the ground was dead, and it was lying there."
Explain the vials of, the aliens that are... How did they get there?
The alien things that are in there.
You said that there were, like, alien specimens floating around in something or something?
Mm-hmm. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. It's part of the reason why we're here. This is the first time I've been seeing them. I don't know why I'm in this room. I don't know how I got here. And she's just kind of staring at you. And real quick, Sonya, I need you to make a roll for me. Let's see. Where's it at? I need you to roll manipulation. It's under your skills. So, what you heard, you feel like you believe her.
Wow.
We gotta go. Let's get out of here.
Is there like a lab terminal or something I can take a peek at?
There is. What is it you're looking for?
To see what was going on in here? Like if there's research notes.
Smart man.
Absolutely you can.
Can I use Miranda's key card to give him access?
You may. Yes. To see if that assists or that helps. Yes. Give me 1 second to find which one it is, because I completely forget. And while we're at it, Sonny, give me a Comtech roll +1. And I'm going to switch this back to this group real quick, because I need to look at something. Perfect. And once this loads for me, I will let you know if I have the right one. Sorry, it's a video, so I'm likely going to load it all for all of you to make sure you see it. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. Because it is preloading.
I'd imagine that Hannah would probably see that that Sigg has this big shotgun now, and she's gonna say, "Oh, looks like you've found something pretty powerful."
Well, that's always why you stop by the armory when you're going by.
Ah. Are you sure you can handle that?
I'm busy over here.
So, on the top of your screen, do you guys see the preload bar? Is it still going or is it gone?
It's done.
It's
Gone.
done? Everybody gone?
You been done?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to activate the next screen. It's a video, but I have you all attached to it. So,
Okay.
This is what you find, Sonny. And so I'll read it to our fans. I would normally show it, and the person that made the videos was on Reddit, and he labeled them free to use, which is what I'm doing. I don't have a name to credit him, so I don't want to throw it on a stream. So I'll let you guys see it, but I'm not going to show it on the screen. So what everybody's looking at on the computer screen is from Weyland-Yutani, and it's an encrypted message to the Special Research Division. And it says, Miranda Reynolds reporting on Special Order 935. Patient 0 returned from the survey site with a foreign parasite attached to his face. He was quarantined and later died from an abdomen injury. It goes on further to say, more specimens were gathered using civilian population. Can't risk the science team until we know more. Control measures have failed. Suspect, foreign entity, has escaped from Geolab. Heavy civilian casualties. Hadley's Hope has entered lockdown. And we'll go back to the other scene, and I'll bring us back to the map.
Specify my reaction to Hannah there a little bit more when asked if I can handle that firepower. I'm visibly uncomfortable, and that's why I say I'm busy, and I turn to the computer and move the shotgun from my back to my front, kind of like
So I wanted everybody to see that, but when you were looking up that information, Sonny, how were you looking at the screen? Was it open so that everybody could see? Was it in a way that you kind of hovered, so maybe not everybody would see it, or maybe anyone near you might look at it themselves?
My initial intention was to be discreet about checking that, but did I get access because Macwhirr used the thing, or was I able to just get on that computer?
You gained access because of her badge.
So if she used that, it's kind of hard for me to be private about it, but I just kind of read it and then I step aside, kind of like, now I know the rest of you are going to look at it. And then I look back at the window, and then I look at who's the NPC that they just pulled out?
Theodora Kaminsky.
Kaminsky. I kind of look at Kaminsky. I'll wait to see if anyone else reacts.
Oh, Macwhirr is pissed right now.
What's wrong? And Theodora's kind of standing there, and she's looking at all of you, and she's like, "Well, are we gonna go? Let's get out of here."
Yes. We should probably leave just in case this glass doesn't hold.
Fucking Weyland.
This one lion here was that on you, Kaminsky?
She looks at you, and her eyes kind of squint. One line. What are you talking about?
Are those other two are in their tubes, but this one's like on the floor, right? I assume that's what the little skull means. He's just kind of laying there.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead.
And there isn't like another human body in there, is there?
No, there is. So I don't have a token for it.
Sorry. Is it next to that body? I didn't.
No, it's on one of the beds. But yeah, the tube and the parasite are laying nearby.
Okay. This parasite on the floor, was he on you, or was he on that guy over there?
She looks over at the dead body, and she says, "I assume that's what killed him. I woke up in this room and it was dead, and he was dead."
Right, she was locked in there. We just barely were able to open it and get her out of there.
Are there air vents in that room? In the room that's locked?
There are, yes.
They knowingly let someone in here with a parasite, and it's escaped. And she kind of pointedly looks at the air vent.
You guys hear a strange dragging sound. Soft, quiet, but nonetheless you hear the sound. And so you're looking at the vent, you said, Sonya?
Yep.
What are you looking for something specific?
No. She's just looking up there because she knows that whatever it was might have escaped through there, and that's what's been following them around. And they've been experimenting on others.
Yeah, I wanna kind of, if you'll allow, if I would have been in the room during all that, I want to kind of clock Kaminsky and see if, like, whenever she said she was locked in there, like if there's anything that's shown on her face that maybe was a lie, like she wasn't
So when
telling the whole truth.
Watching, roll me a manipulation roll.
Manipulation.
And also, Sonny, as you're standing there, you also notice.
God, it's almost like Cthulhu, boys.
Yeah. So,
Jesus.
Sonny, as you're standing there looking at that, you also notice that there's a cardboard box laying there that likely could hide the size of a human. If you wanted to hide in it, take it with you. Live in the hallways by yourself.
Actually,
in the box.
I do have an idea with that, and I know he's about to react whatever other way he just rolled, but I would say to Morgan, Hannah makes a good point here. Are you good with this? And I toss the shotgun back to him.
God.
And then I go into the lab and I grab that box and I put one of the intact tubes in it and carry it back with me.
Oh.
Do we see that?
Yeah, you all see him walk in there and grab that tube.
What are you doing?
So, yeah. Do you want me to go ahead and roll that stress now, or when?
Oh, yeah, go ahead and roll your panic.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus H.
Oh, no.
I clasp onto my necklace. Oh, my Jesus.
Panic. All right, so you... So once again, you just aren't holding it together today, Morgan.
You reckon?
Everything you're seeing is just compounding more and more. Sometimes you feel like it's gonna get better, and then you see this shit in a lab, strange aliens, dead bodies. Now we have Sonny walking over here, taking a souvenir. What are you dropping? Tell me what's going on, Morgan.
Oh, so you see Sigg throw the shotgun to me, and then relays that information about Hannah, and then all of a sudden I see him come out with a box, and I turn around and I just kind of like look at Sigg for a second with this just like look of you're serious right now, like that's what you're doing, and I'm just like, no, fuck this, like this is what you're seriously gonna pack that shit around in a box. That's what you're doing right now?
I have to agree. I don't think it's a good idea to carry one of those things around with us.
Well, are any of you independently wealthy? If we can bring this important research material back, that's worth a whole awful lot.
Sigg, we've been friends for a long time, and I'm usually down with whatever. But this shit, dude, no, this is not about to happen.
Do you think the company? Do you think the company's gonna pay us if we leave and they've lost everything they had here?
Fuck the company and fuck any money related to it. This is our fucking lives, bro.
So what happened to that man in there, and likely what happened to Miranda?
Are you asking Kaminsky again, or are you just talking out in general?
No, I'm talking to Sigg right now. Just trying to be like, no.
Like, I'm usually on board, but it's just been one thing after a fucking other today, okay?
Well, I'm sick of climbing the ladder and getting nowhere. If I don't come back with something like this, we're not getting paid, and we'll be destitute. So, you know, we may as well play the game and get paid.
Listen, I'm sure there has got to be a plethora of other stuff we can find to prove, like, you can get that. You'll still get paid. The research will still be there, but we're not packing a fucking organism with us. It's not happening.
Look at it. This is what this place is. And
Look at it. It's not cute and cuddly. It's not a cat. We're not packing this thing in a box. At least find something better to put it in.
Can I activate my motion sensor?
Yeah.
I'm so scared.
Yeah, you can. So, let's see. Sonny, you came out with that, and medical door like normal. All the doors in here. It shuts. So, second here. So you want to use your motion detector, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's do this. Okay. There's Hannah. Let me load that up. Oops. And there you are.
Oh, goodness. Okay. I think I see... Alright. So
if you wanna,
wise,
I was gonna say, so real quick, if you wanna move your character up and down, it kind of gives you an idea. So the red dot on this motion tracker is essentially you.
Okay. Okay. So distance-wise, does it track that a couple of these dots are the little things in the lab where Comiskey just escaped from?
Yep. Well, one of them technically would be, since Sonny has taken a souvenir, right? So I guess
shit.
let me do this real quick just to put him in the room with you.
Okay.
Does that help? So that tells you that dot straight above you
Put that back. You put it back right now.
is something on that. But yes, then you also see the other dots.
So there's two in the lab. There's something beyond, and I'll just kind of point like past the room, where the like kind of like the path into the lab, and then it's getting closer. We have to go. Right? We can talk about this later, but we have to go.
I wish we had an incinerator. I knew we were an incinerator.
Yes.
Got a blowtorch.
You have to make. Do I have to make a power?
Yeah. Go ahead and make me a power roll. Thank you.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
So you don't use it, but the second you say we have to go, some things happen here.
Oh shoot.
You guys don't hear, or you guys don't see anything based in the room you're at right now. There are no windows in this room, right? But this is the sound you hear.
You would immediately see Morgan like look up and start tracking the HVAC with the shotgun, like looking around trying to see where he finds that.
You don't see anything in the vents. You don't see the vents above you. That sound sounds like it's behind that door.
I just quietly point to the lockers. I'm gonna gently start shoving Theodora towards one.
You said it's the door that's like right in front of like where Kaminsky and stuff is?
Yeah, it's the door inside to the surgical bay here.
I'm gonna have my gun trained on that door.
Dang.
Okay, so you're pushing Theodora into the locker?
Yeah.
And she kind of just lets you do it. She's just like doesn't know what's going on. So you suddenly hear this bang and this crash, and you realize that this door right now is separating you all from whatever's on the other side, and it's keeping it there.
Is there any other way out of here?
Back the way you came.
Yeah.
I said
Right.
other way.
Why?
No.
It's in the lab, not where we came in through, right?
Right, yeah, the lab where you just took the specimen from.
So he's where she was locked up. So the alien should be locked up in there.
It's in there.
Ooh.
So I'll take the first step. I'll tiptoe back towards the way we came.
Okay. Anybody else?
Are there any isolation protocols? Like, can I release deadly gas into the room? And
For
We don't have
this
adequate lighting. What do you mean?
Yeah. No, there. As far as you're aware, Sonya, there's nothing like that.
I gesture towards the door, and I whisper, "It's our best bet to hide, as best as you can in the next room." We need to hurry.
And the door continues to get pounded on, and it's still holding. But you are seeing some dents start to get into this, and this is a solid steel door.
So I hide under a desk in here and put the box in front of me so that I'm hidden behind the box under the desk.
Looking like through the window, like in the actual room, like is there anything? It's just your typical like exam room, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a prep room before surgery.
Okay.
I'm gonna trust everyone's gonna start hiding because
Right in
have
this room?
a plan. Anywhere.
Right.
They just somewhere.
Yeah,
Just
can I
start
throw
hiding.
Kaminsky out?
You're doing what with Kaminsky?
I'd like to get her out.
Okay. So you're pulling her back out of the locker? And it's gone. It's gone.
She's safe in there for the moment. I would think.
All right. All right.
So you
if
see
she's safe in there, I'll leave her in there.
Okay.
you see Morgan. Morgan kind of he looks around the room and looks at all these different people, and he reaches in and he grabs the cross necklace that he has. He whispers something to himself and he walks into the room, and then immediately shuts the door behind him and busts the lock on the door.
So like into this room right here?
Yes, I
Where
walk
this-
into
Oh my
that room.
gosh.
And I say, "Forgive me for what I'm about to do," and I let the door shut and I bust the keypad on the other side.
Oh, God, no.
And as I'm leaving, I say, "Get out."
I'll listen to that, grab Kaminsky and go.
And I do have the shotgun.
Okay. We'll handle you in a minute, Morgan. I'm gonna need everybody to tell me what they're doing and be semi-quick about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shoving everyone out.
Grabbing Kaminsky and running.
So you guys are all heading out. What direction?
did he lock the door to the room that he went
He
in?
broke the lock.
Yeah.
Once they run past me. I come up from under the desk and follow.
Okay, and Theodora's right behind you. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Yes, yes.
We need to get to my ship. We need to get to my ship. We need to get to my ship. She just keeps repeating that. She's like, we gotta go back to Miranda though. She has the key card. We need both to get on my ship.
Miranda,
I have the
is
key
dead.
card.
I have the key card.
And she stops and she looks at you. She says, you have it? She says, okay, then let's go. We've got to head to the air traffic control.
All right.
So, as you all head out, are you guys heading left or right down the hallway?
Oh, air traffic control.
Yes. So, air traffic control, you would know, is located like northeast of this base, or of this facility. It is in the same facility, but it is also outside and kind of northeast, beyond the initial barrier wall.
It looks like it's north of where we started, so we could either turn back or we could find another exit and run in the open.
Well, we know Hirsch is keeping it occupied in that room. We could try dropping a level and heading in the direction of it and popping back up.
That sounds good to me.
So which way you headed?
Closest way to drop a level would be to the right and around the corner.
Okay.
That's where you're all headed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I will, just give me 1 second here. I'll push you all to those stairs. And then, then Morgan and I are going to have a chat.
Okay.
Okay. So, Morgan.
Hi, Mom. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm pretty good so far.
Well, I don't know. So, before we start, some things are gonna dictate how this goes and what you do and don't do and things like that. Likely this is going to turn into combat, so we'll try and keep it quick for the other four. That way we're moving, and if it takes a little longer than whatever, we'll swap back and forth as you guys are all running down the stairs.
And if you happen to survive, we'll swap back and forth.
Yeah, so when you walk in, this thing initially wasn't looking at you, right?
Right.
It seemed to have been distracted as everybody rushed out of the room. It was looking through this window, and it's not just like a special window, just a regular glass window. It's like real thick, military grade. This shit's gonna take a gun to get through it. You're not gonna throw anything against it to break it. But the second the door opens and you walk in and smash that, it looks at you, and it's just standing there for a second. And where are we at here? And it screams at you, and we are entering combat.
Yeah.
So combat on my end isn't really dictated. There are some circumstances I might make some changes to go into some other stuff. But everything I do, everything the alien does, it's random. So it has its own random attacks, and when I roll it, Morgan. Well, so I'll highlight you and activate combat. Facehugger's dead, so he shouldn't be in there. And so, not sure if you know much about the aliens, Morgan. They get 2 turns in the combat tracker. So, as this thing stands and turns on you, and it's huffing and it turns and it roars, what's going through your mind right now, and what is Morgan initially doing?
So, Morgan, in and out of state of panic, his automatic reaction to anything is, I was a Marine. Marines don't retreat. So he saw the opportunity, he saw his friends or who these people are, and he said, you know what? He said, I'm not leaving. So he pushed in to give some time. So as soon as he grabs his shotgun, looks around the room, sees it, and just kind of readies himself for what may happen. Like, he's not going to go down without a fight, but he realizes that, I mean, running in here was almost certain death, but if he can buy his friends some time, he will absolutely do so, and it's a life well lived if he does that. So you're not going to see him run backwards or hide for sure.
Okay. So, just like in many other games that we played, Preach, in combat you have 2 actions, a fast and a slow. Okay. And if you have the book up, it's on page 92 of the PDF. Those give you the examples of actions that you can do, right?
Okay.
So also, the slow action consists of kind of rolling for a skill. The fast action is a little more quicker, doesn't really require dice, things like that. If you don't want to do a slow and a fast, you can do 2 fast.
Okay.
So just to keep in mind. So on the combat tracker itself here, the alien drone, does get to go first. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
But hold on, before we start,
Yes.
though, can you give me the shotgun to my inventory?
Oh, yeah, that should help, huh?
I don't need an actual shotgun, but it might help smooth things along.
It might. And there were 4 shots.
Sure, if Sigg gave them to me.
And I'm not trying to back game or let you decide based on what's going on right now. Hades, I don't know if you said, but did you load a round in?
I did said, and I had.
Okay. All right. Well, you're lucky day, Morgan.
He did say.
Is that
okay?
When Hannah asked if I could handle it, or wait, no, that wasn't it. It was when he first gave it to me.
Yeah, it was whenever Sonya
gave it to me, and I said I knew I liked you, and I racked around.
Oh, so this was like a 1980s zoom in, and you're like, shh, shh, I knew I liked you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right. So the alien's gonna go first. Its slow action is gonna be move towards you. Right? And the slow action, you can move up to 25 meters. If you want to do a run, we're going to say that doubles it. So if you were to run, using your slow and your fast, it would be 50 meters instead of 25. So old alien here gets right up into your face, and he's quick, and he's fast, and he gets right there, and it looks at you, and it comes right at you. So, Morgan.
Don't feel bad. I asked for this.
It's going straight for your head. The xenomorph opens its mouth wide, and its deadly inner jaw leans out, and this, like, he was up in front of you so fast, you'd blinked and he was right there. And all of a sudden, right in front of you is this alien, and it's drooling this white resin, this white goo, and its mouth just opens up, and you see a tiny mouth, and it gnashes out towards you. So this has a strength of 9. Damage. Yeah. So if it's going to cause any damage, it is likely going to be a critical one, and you likely might not get to do anything. Yes. So, let's do this. So you did have 1 success, or my alien did have 1 success. If you hover your mouse over the 9 base die, you'll see that there is 1 success in there.
I don't see any dice, but I trust you.
Oh, it's because I have it hidden. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say.
The stream can see it, so I'll hover it over so the stream sees. So let's see. Where's his damage?
There. You go check chat to ruin a perfect moment real quick. Just go ahead and read that.
Oh. Okay. So it does with that means it's successful, and it does hit you in the head. So real quick, and I'm going on Scout's honor here, and for all of you players not watching or watching the stream as well, in Skype, I want you to mute your audio so you can't hear me.
If you want, for the sake of brevity, you can just DM me on Discord.
Well, I want to describe to our fans, our watchers, what's going on. So,
I'll take my headset off. Just
okay. Yeah, if not, just you don't hear this. So this thing is up on you immediately, and it's standing in front of your face, and its jaw opens, and its little mouth. You see it standing there, and he's almost kind of taunting you. And you'll be able to tell me what's going through your mind before this happens. But the little mouth, it comes out, and it hits your face, and you just see black. So tell me what's going on through your mind before that happens.
So as I'm, I hear the sound, load ready the shotgun. Don't even remember if it's even loaded. Don't even remember if there's even anything on it. Just going based off, trusting my old buddy Sonny, Look around, hear the sound. Before I can even raise the gun up, it just seems like it's right in my face. And it opens its mouth, and I almost instinctively go to reach up and kind of block my face. But it comes in and just either rips a chunk of my hand out as it blows past my hand and grabs my face, or completely just blows through the hand, either one, and grabs me by the face. And my first thought is, I'm still alive, I can't see anything, but if I can just tuck this gun, and that's the last thing that I think of, is just trying to turn this gun, and I don't even know if I actually do it, but I'm still thinking the next move, even though I'm blinded.
Okay. So that is all you remember, and I sent you a small message in Discord. And we'll come back to that later.
We back?
We're back, and so we're with the 4 of you, and as you guys turn the corner, it really was seconds when he shut that door and you guys ran down the hall, that you do hear the roar. Obviously not as loud, muffled, and distant, but that is what you hear as you round this corner.
That's all we hear. We don't hear people noise.
You don't hear people noise.
Come on, get down.
Okay.
We don't want to sacrifice to be in vain.
So, yeah, you guys are heading down the steps.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay. All right, and we're gonna go there, and let me get. I'm gonna have to move all your tokens to where you're at.
Okay.
Okay. All right, where are we at? C1. And I'm gonna keep your preach. I'm gonna keep your token with us so you can see what's going on.
Cool. Okay.
All right.
You
So
are now a ghost.
yeah, let me
Haunted
figure
by
out.
the voice of Morty.
Okay.
Blue ghost.
Asshole.
Yeah. All right. Let me grab y'all. I'm gonna have to move you a couple times, so hang on one second. I want to just get you to the right spot without revealing anything.
Okay.
You'll just float across the map. La.
Why
This was
can't
so
we?
much easier than just running down corridors.
Yeah. Okay. Close. Almost there. There it goes. Okay. So hold on. There. So you guys, the steps that you just came down are basically to this door to your right. So you guys should all see everything now, yeah?
Okay.
Great.
Yep. So you guys just came down those steps, and I'm assuming here, you're just going to this level because there are steps that continue down.
Yeah.
I think in the interest of speed, just this level, so we can get to that ship.
Yeah.
All right, so I run over here because this would be the hallway, right?
Yeah, the main hallway, basically, that spans south to north, and you would all know that you are at what's called the South Lock, the southmost point of Hadley's Hope, and you need to get to the northmost point.
It's just
There's so much debris.
So in front of you, you see a hasty, almost barrier. You see desks, you see chairs, you see random boxes, tubes, things like that that were just piled up above. Known why? I mean, obviously you would know why it's piled up now, but you do see that, and basically standing or right underneath where Hannah is on the floor, you do see a pile or the floor, the metal grating of this floor. There is a hole, and it looks something ate through that floor and is continuing down. You can cross over that, but it's going to require a check.
over the barrier.
Yes.
Right. Hannah is, I mean, being a tractor driver, fairly physically capable. And so she's gonna like already start getting over, or try to start getting over, and try to assist anyone along the way.
Okay. So then, Hannah, what I need from you will dictate how this goes.
Okay.
Is on your sheet, we're gonna do a mobility check, and
Mobility.
you just trying to get over it at this point?
Yeah, I'm trying to get like if there's a good spot for me to get up on top to be able to help others, that's where I want to be.
It's built up enough that you could probably crawl over. It's not
okay.
like it was done in hasty defense, but it's
Uh-huh.
not stopping anybody.
Oh,
It'll slow
okay.
people down, but it ain't stopping anyone.
Okay. All right. Mobility. Oh, the stress.
Okay. So click on your stress and roll that for me real quick.
Oh, I
So,
items.
I'll tell you what happens here, and you can incorporate this with it, and then we'll see what everybody else is doing. So,
Okay.
where are you at, Hannah? So you make it across, but as you do, a metal pipe, it seems to break free, and it's almost slow motion that you see this metal pipe falling to the ground, and when it hits, it just makes a loud metallic clang that almost echoes through the quiet hallways.
Shit. All right. It's fine. It's fine. And Hannah, in this moment, is worried, is scared, and I imagine, like, in this panicked condition, she just wants to run. So it's like, oh, I don't care about helping anymore. I'm just gonna try to dash down this hallway up northwest.
So as you do it, you're going to be dropping something. What are you dropping? And you kind of have a couple choices here. You have your signature item or anything in your inventory.
I am going to drop my motion tracker. It seems very important, and so it feels apt that I lose that.
Okay. All right. So that tumbles down. What's everybody else doing?
I'm going to attempt to do what she failed doing.
Yes.
And get up there.
All right. Give me a mobility check. You get over without an issue, and you see the back of Hannah as she starts to make her way down the hallway. Everybody else?
I will follow, and as I'm going, I'm trying to yell at Hannah, yell some sense into her.
We have to go. I am sorry. I alerted everyone. But no, we have to go.
Okay, if everybody's following, just go ahead and give me a mobility roll. Okay,
Oh my gosh.
All right, Sonny. There we go, Sonya. Oh, okay. So, we'll go through a couple things. Sonya, real quick, roll your stress for me.
Where do I find that?
Upper right corner of your sheet that says stress, just click stress.
Sonny was just watching where Hannah slipped and moved around that spot.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, so Sonya, you keep this together. You do see Hannah take off, but you're pretty strong-willed, and it's not shaking you really that bad. Sonny, on the other hand, with your success here, generally there are stunts with this. So if you go to your skills real quick and you click on mobility, you have this. You have the ability to use any of that with your three successes. But with one of those, I'm taking away, and you'll see why, and it benefits you. So you essentially have 2 stunts to use here. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
No, I'm just reading the things.
So you can, it's a little late now because you went last in terms of giving it to another PC. Your best bet is to either gain a +1 in a later skill, or save both for that, or use one and then you impress somebody with what you're about to do.
Oh.
Does that have
Impress your little friend.
practical? Does that have any practical implications?
I don't know.
I guess I'll save one for a later skill, and I've impressed Hannah with my
abilities.
Okay, so real quick,
Maybe
Make it-
that draws Hannah's attention and calms her down.
I'm just like so scared. I'm like, nice.
just yeah. So make a note, Sonny, that a +1 to either a mobility or an agility roll next time you have it.
Got it.
Okay, and so in your ability to impress, you don't really impress anybody. What you do, and this is what I'm using the other success for, is you saw Hannah drop that motion tracker. Okay, and they all seem to be focused on Hannah beating feet to the north. You slyly make it over this thing and are so, I mean, you're Johnny Cool. You dip down and pick this motion tracker up and you basically tuck it into your lab coat. And nobody saw you pick that up. So, I hope you impress somebody.
It's impressive.
It was impressive.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed. And Theodora, we're gonna make her roll for you. Maybe she'll call the cavalry. She makes it over as well, but she, like Hannah, causes a loud commotion, and the chairs and some other stuff kind of tumbles down. And she's on her knees, right? And she's kind of like she's catching her breath. She doesn't seem right. Something seems wrong. Like the worst somebody could have done was like hit their funny bone or something when they did that. But she's just kind of laying there and she's breathing and she's breathing heavily and she's kind of, you can't really see, and I'll kind of stand up, but she's tucked over and she's just like, she's got her hand on her stomach and just breathing heavily.
I kind of lean over to Macwhirr and say, maybe you should take her lanyard too.
She's like, I'm okay. I just got to get up. That was a fall. I get panicked easy, and she kind of wrenches over a little bit at her stomach, and she's like, it's fine. Your food here is horrible. And she stands up and here we are.
I'm suspicious. Let me see your stomach.
She looks at you odd and she's like, what? No, we've got to keep going. What?
Let me see your stomach.
And at this point, she kind of steps against she's backing up and she's like, she's nervous. She's a little panicked. She's like, no, what's wrong with you?
All you gotta do is let me look at your stomach and we'll keep going.
And she's adamant that she says no, and she kind of turns her shoulder to you and starts to walk down the hallway.
I stop her. I've got my gun out. Let me see your stomach.
Okay. Give me a manipulation. It's gonna be a +3 because of your gun. Do you remember how to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take me a second to pull it up. So the 2 + 3.
So on your sheet, where are we at here for manipulation? So once you right click on manipulation, just add 3 in there. No plus or anything like that. And then click OK.
Oops. Hang on. Sorry.
Okay.
Whoa, nice.
I didn't add it in there.
Oh, well, you don't need to at all. No way. Okay. But your stress will play a part in a minute, so add 1 to your stress.
Oh.
So you're successful in grabbing her, basically. What tell me how you do this. Tell me what's going on right now.
I'm gonna say, if you don't show me your stomach right now, I'm gonna do it for you.
And her hands are starting to shake. So she kind of pulls down and she lifts up, and you're looking at her stomach, and it just looks like a normal, stomach.
No creepy
And
monster.
as you're watching, she cries out like in a blood-curdling scream, and you see her stomach kind of, it doesn't do anything yet. Doesn't break open, I should say, because we already know that's where this is going. You see it like shoot out, like her skin just stretch completely out, and she shrieks out in terror, and she falls to the ground, and she's just holding on to her stomach now. And I'll let you all have one opportunity to do something for what happens next.
I'm just.
Stomach.
Hannah gone. Hannah down the hallway.
Yeah, how far did I get?
You got to about that door.
Great.
I mean, you can hear things. You hear shit, but what's the other three doing here?
Gotta go fast.
Sonny just shouts, just grab her lanyard.
I'll grab her lanyard, and then I'll shoot her in the stomach.
Okay, so you only get to do one thing right now.
Well, she's dead. I could go ahead and grab it, couldn't I?
Yeah.
She's not dead yet. Just crying out in bloody murder.
I'm gonna go that route.
You gonna grab it or shoot her?
Shoot her.
Okay. Let's do this. So
I feel like it would be a merciful death at this point.
okay. So go ahead, real quick, based off what you saw. We already added that stress to your sheet, right, Sonya?
Not yet.
Okay, add the stress, but also click stress because you did roll a panic.
Oh no!
This works out perfect.
Kind of does in a way. I mean, adrenaline, like.
Yeah. So, so at the side of this, as you get down, you do draw your weapon up, but you just freeze in absolute fear for one moment. So you don't. So I won't let you shoot your gun. Michael, Sonny, you guys get to do something here, real quick.
I don't know. I don't have a weapon of my own. There's not much I can do. Unless, can I? Oh, man. No, I'm gonna. I guess I'm gonna grab Macwhirr's arm and like try and start pulling her away. Because I see that she's frozen, and like this is a terrible position to be in because if something's coming out of this woman, where's it gonna go?
Okay. So then go ahead and let's see here. We'll use this as close combat. So give me a close combat roll, please.
Okay.
Whoa!
All right. So let's Michael, where you at here?
Hopefully you don't pull her arm off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me pull you up here and pop you out. So Michael, on close combat, you have stunts, and so I'll explain them to you, but you can also look in your sheet just so everybody else can hear it as well. You're not really trying to inflict any damage here, right? You're trying to grab her and pull her out of there.
Ooh, I can pull a weapon.
You could pull a
I can take her
weapon.
weapon.
You could pull a lanyard. You could push her to the ground. You could push her on top of her. Any which way you want to use.
Just shove her onto the woman.
But yes,
Or do it again.
you were quite successful in this. So essentially, you have 2 extra options aside from being able to pull her away if that's what you want to do.
Just make sure you
No,
shout.
I want to take her gun and I want to shoot the stomach. And I'm going to say I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it's Macwhirr that has a problem with me. I don't really have a problem with her.
Okay. So you're grabbing the gun, and which kind of weapon is it here, Michael?
It's...
Is it a 1911 or a handgun? Let's see what the name is. M4, I think. M4A service, A3 service pistol. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, it is now on your sheet, and it's active.
Okay.
I will let you do all of those. Because of your rolls, because of your 2 extra stunts. Okay, so go ahead and click on your gun on your sheet in your inventory. Push the button or click on it. Yeah. Okay. All right. And so you shoot into her stomach. And she's just moving around in pain, and I want to describe this, but I want you to describe it. So, you hit her dead in the stomach, basically. I'll let you explain how you take the gun and how you shoot, and I'll tell you what happens afterwards.
All right. Once I see that Macwhirr has frozen up, I grab her wrist and I almost like smoothly just pull my hand over her wrist to take the gun out of it. And there's just this cold blankness as I point at her stomach. And there is a moment of hesitation as I just watch wide-eyed before I make that choice and I pull the trigger. And I do stare in Theodora's eyes, and I apologize as I do it.
And so when you shoot, where are we at here? When you shoot, it does hit her stomach, and you hear this cry, and that is what you hear. And as that happens, out of the stomach comes what's called a Bambi burster, but it's basically a miniature little alien, right? And you hear that shriek as it comes out of the stomach. And let me check one thing here real quick. There we are. So you hit it, and it was obvious that you hit it by that shriek, but it seems to take off south through the wreckage away from all of you. And for every person that has witnessed this, I'm going to need to ask for a stress.
Can I also grab the lanyard since I'm standing right here and that's now running away?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as that happens, there's one person left that has a option to do something. Sonny, that is you. Are you doing anything?
my hands are full at the moment, so I kind of watch that, and then I turn and kind of like, without saying anything, like, come on, guys, we gotta keep moving.
Okay. So, you see this little, I mean, it's small. It's probably about that big. And it does look like a tiny little baby alien, and it just goes, and it just scoots out there. And you do notice that Theodora, she kind of just, her head just slumps forward. But odd about the wound is it seems to be almost like opening up and melting. Like something was poured in there, like an acid would be eating away at the skin and probably going down through the holes.
I presume that I would have heard the gunshot at least. I might not have seen the. Okay, if it's cool with you, I'd like Hannah to just like stop and then at that point look back because there's gunfire now. And I'd like to come back in like. I mean, there's just a certain chill that runs up your spine when you know that shots have been fired and Hannah didn't see any threat. But approaching, notices Theodora on the ground and says, "What happened?"
And my character's just kind of staring off into space. I froze. I never freeze.
Was it? And just kind of pointing upward vaguely at where we left Hirsch.
Michael will nod.
It was inside her.
I'm gonna try and hand Macwhirr's gun back to her to snap her out of that freeze.
Okay. Give me a command roll. And also, there was a bonus dice from Wolf that was for either for Matt or for Lady, or sorry, not Lady, Lazy, and for Tattoo Lady. One or the other. So one of you three gets a bonus die, if you like. And you can save it now. You can use it later.
I mean, I kind of feel like Macwhirr needs it the most right now.
Yeah, right now.
Okay.
I'll happily.
So then, let's see. Michael, go ahead and give me a +1 to your command roll.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Okay. So, yeah. So, go ahead and say what you want to say.
We need to get going.
She's not packed anymore. Where are we at? Is that what you're saying to calm her down?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it's obviously successful in its ability, and she's no longer frozen. And
It's more the action of putting the gun in her hand, like, hey, you are the leader, lead us. But I don't say that, it's all in the motions.
It's all in the motions. Sonya?
She just kind of takes a deep breath and shakes her head.
Okay. So, as that's all going on, after that shriek that you heard from the little Bambi Burster alien, you hear this in multiple locations.
Oh, shit.
There's more than
Like-
one.
Yeah, there was more than one. There was about 2 or 3 that you heard. And they don't sound far, but they don't sound close.
Did anybody snatch the lanyard off of her?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Let's go.
Pick up the pace.
Yes.
So you guys are running straight down the hall?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Yeet.
All right.
Yeet.
Whoops, sorry. Didn't mean to lock that. And then do this. And you guys are still moving, yeah? You know that the fastest way still is to the north.
All right. Uh-oh.
What? Something I said?
Okay. Why?
So you guys are keep walking along.
Yep.
You just these sounds they're getting closer. Yeah, sorry. So just in case you're looking, you guys can keep going. You can go slowly, but you can keep going.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Crack that door open.
Okay. Last one through. Oh, it's just Morgan's icon.
Are we just now entering B1? Is that where we're at?
Yes, correct. So I'll pause you right there for a second.
Okay.
Sonya, you were the last one through this big door. As you were moving through this door, you did take a glance behind you. And why did that go up? Let me fix it. Delete. Okay. You did glance behind you, and you do see down the hall. Again, lighting is pretty rough here. It's pretty dim. But you do see a large, completely dark figure, which you would probably assume that it's the same kind of thing that you saw at the medical lab, right? And it's hulking, it's huge, and it walks out and it's looking down. It's kind of hunched over on all fours, looking at Theodora. And then it kind of looks towards the direction of where the Bambi burster ran. And then it looks towards the direction of you. And the doors, the 2 double doors behind you, slam shut.
It's right out there, guys.
Let's go.
Is the very far north lock, is that the nearest exit? I assume locks are the only places you can get in and out.
No, that's one of the exits. And you guys would know this. That is one exit. You would also know that basically at this intersection you could go right, which essentially would be east, and head down towards the outskirts of D block. And so, looking at your map, just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on, you would know that the air traffic control is up farther. So these maps are kind of different from what we have on this screen here, but it's close enough that I'll describe it. The air traffic control is at the northeast block, and it's just to the east of the north block there, right? So it's right next to each other. Down here is D block. It is the quickest way outside, but it's still farther away from air traffic control. Just letting you guys know your options, because you would know what's going on at this point, or know where you are at this point.
Okay.
But continuing straight, there's nothing between here and North Lock as an exit.
There is all the way at the north lock. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me make sure on my map I got it all correct, so I'm telling you the right thing.
Is there a way to lock down the doors
Yeah, absolutely.
behind us?
Yep.
I want to take time to do that.
Okay.
As many doors as I can on the way.
Okay. This is a standard procedure for you as head union officer. Something you're dealing with a lot. Go ahead and give me a Comtech roll +2. What is everybody else doing?
Dying.
I'm just waiting for the part to keep going.
Yeah, if there's any assisting, I would do that, but otherwise I would be like antsy, like come on,
Okay.
come on.
And you guys are all headed to the north, or you guys headed east to the?
North
Yeah,
Lock.
do the +2.
Oh my god!
Hey, I didn't add +2. It automatically rolled it. The thing didn't pop up.
Oh.
It did or did not roll the +2?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, this works out. You guys are still heading north. You're add stress to your sheet, Sonya. You see this alien. Obviously, you're shitting bricks now because it's in the hallway, and you're pretty sure it stared right up at you, or at least looked in your direction, right? So you're like frantic at this point, like I gotta lock this door. I gotta lock this door, and you do get it locked. But you have quite a few panics there, so you got to roll panic.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are continuing north, and behind you, you hear what sounds to be like heavy running, and all of a sudden a giant loud metal thud is directly behind you, and just at the point of where Sonya locks that door, you hear a giant metal thud. Right? And so, as you're running, and hang on a second there, Speedy Feet Michael. At the same time that you hear the thud up ahead, you know that there are several heavy doors in front of you, right? Two, just like the two you just went through. You do hear one of them open up like that. You do hear that.
I raise my hand and I point towards T block.
All right.
So we hear it further north than the turn for D block?
Yeah, basically she just told you she heard it coming from down the hallway to the north.
Oh god. Unless there's a car over by D block, that's gonna make the run outside longer. Oh god. Sonny comes up to the turn and is just like,
want to live.
No.
Let's go, Sonny. And Hannah's gonna look down at your box and say, maybe if these things are happening, maybe you shouldn't have that.
Maybe they're trying to get their baby back.
Yep,
Right.
Baby back.
Baby back.
Ribs.
So you guys, I'm gonna count to 10, and you'll have to make a decision.
Go D.
Yeah, that doesn't matter right now, and I would run down towards D block.
All right, so pause real quick, because we're gonna do something here.
All right.
Let me know. Excuse me, as I crack my voice. Sub-level 1. Once it's loaded, let me know for all of you.
I do not have a token on the scene.
Yes.
So unloaded, but in blackness.
I'm not there yet.
Okay. Give it a second. It has to load everybody too.
Yeah, I got the same thing.
Okay.
You didn't own it.
All right, so your tokens, all of your tokens actually aren't here. But let me do this so you can see something. Okay, so you guys should all see right now, right?
Almost. I'm still at 98%.
Oh, okay, sorry. And I'll describe what you're seeing here in a second.
Oh, okay, I'm here.
Okay, so you guys
Okay,
are in a
I'm
room,
loaded.
you see kind of steam and fog and stuff, right? You guys aren't here. But one person is. And his name is Morgan.
Oh my gosh.
Morgan, you wake up in this room. You're slightly stuck to the wall with this resin. You're dazed, you're confused, your throat hurts. You don't know what's going on. What are you doing?
So, Morgan is. You just kind of see Morgan. I guess cinematically, you see him kind of slumped up against the wall, covered in like this gooey slime, and you kind of see the camera pan in, and it looks at his eyes, and as it kind of just scoops in, you just see Morgan go and wake up and look around, starts kind of shaking, looks down and immediately starts trying to like remove all this sludge from him to see if he can get up, if it's got him stuck or what it is. Finally, after kind of peeling himself off the floor, he stands up, kind of like rubs his eye, and he looks around and surveys the room. What do I see?
You see what you have no idea what you're looking at, but for everybody else who knows this, the genre, you're looking at what's basically the start of a makeshift hive. You see all these different creations on the wall. You know, it's textures you don't recognize. They're clearly not metal. It's all attached. You see tons of leathery sack-like objects sitting in there. There are several dead bodies in there. All of them have holes in their stomach, and they're all dead. And it's very misty. It's very steamy, very humid in there. And you kind of fall once you kind of release that resin, pull that resin off slowly. You do kind of fall down to the ground and regain your footing.
So, looking around these bodies, they're all people that I know?
Yep.
Is there anything, like, just rummaging through, like, on their bodies, is there anything that I can maybe have as a weapon, some kind of key card, something that maybe was left on their bodies that would be helpful to me?
Go ahead and give me a roll, a finding stuff roll.
Ooh, let me use your little macro.
Yes, please. In one person's pocket, you find a power cell with 3 power to it. So I'll make a note of that, but that is all you find. And I'll let you search one more.
All right. Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Real quick. We don't have too much farther to go. Are you guys good to keep going? Do you guys want a 5-minute break? Okay.
Maybe a tiny break.
Okay. We can do that real quick. Morgan, you good to keep going?
Yeah, you can give them a break while we do this. I'm good.
You guys are good for a second. I'll work on Morgan, and then we'll catch back up. So if you guys gotta do whatever you gotta do, we'll take care of it. So what are you doing, Morgan?
So after looking around, not seeing anything, first I kind of want to look around. Obviously, it being a makeshift hive, there are eggs here. looking around, I want to look at the eggs and see what status that they're in. Do they look like they've been recently planted? Do they have like a fresh slime on them? Do they look dried, almost ready to hatch? What's the status? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't know the biology of aliens, but
you just look at them. They look like they've been there. Some are open with what looks to be nothing inside. The rest of them are closed. And close to you or by your feet, you do see what you saw in the specimen tube, one of the facehuggers, but it's lying dead on the ground.
Okay. Since everybody else is gone, what does my body look like? I want to look myself over for scars or bruises or anything.
I mean, you can't see your face, but your face hurts from being knocked out and taken to the hive. Like in terms of visual, you really don't see anything other than, maybe like circulation cut off from the resin a little bit. Other than that, you just notice that your throat is dry and you're thirsty and you're hungry and you kind of have a bit of a sore throat.
Okay, but all limbs and everything intact?
Yep.
Understand. So I'm going to immediately try to find my way out. I'm going to look around and see if I can find a door or something that I can get out of here.
Yeah, so you've been in this room quite often. It's their metal shop, basically, and you know exactly where the door is.
Okay, so I walk up to it, I'm going to open it, and I'm going to step out into the hallway.
Okay.
When he was looking at the eggs, I really wanted to ask how close he got his face to them to inspect them.
Do I still have my shotgun?
You don't.
Okay.
It is no longer with you, but you step out into the hallway and you're in the maintenance bay. And again, this is one of those structures that you've seen time and time again. It's where they generally store a lot of the smaller vehicles, a lot of the power loaders, things like that. None of which you see in here.
So we do have just an empty vehicle bay, essentially?
Yep.
Okay. Groggily, kind of trying to make sense. I know where I'm at. Where do I have to go to get to, like maybe a surveillance room, control room type thing? I want to lay eyes on if everybody's alive, if they made it out. Kind of, I want to know the status of everybody else.
Well, you know, basically that, let me bring it up on the map, that there is a security office. Yeah, because being Mr. Security Man, you know that 100%. You know that's on the first floor. You're basically, if you look at, you have a map up?
Yes.
Okay, you're in the E block. You're southeast, basically, east corner, right? Where are we at here? Level 2, level 1, sub-level. You see the maintenance bay there on sub-level 1?
I do.
Okay, so you have to get to the first floor, and you know that on the first floor, kind of in the middle where B block is, I believe it is. Double check. Yeah, B block is the security office, and that is where you have the ability to do something like that.
Okay. So I'm just gonna slowly make my way through. Let's see. So if I'm in vehicle and unloading, right? Or am I maintenance? You said I'm
You're in the maintenance bay, yeah.
Yeah, you said I'm in maintenance. Okay, so I'm gonna make my way out of maintenance bay, try to go toward that hallway. So I need to go this way.
So you want to go that way. So also I know it's kind of hard to see on the map. You would also know that there's a set of stairs right there. And where's the other spot? There's a set of stairs that way and then that way. So just trying to help you with where your routes are, because you would know, you know what I mean? So
right, so like I would just be taking the quickest route to get to that like control area.
You could probably head straight up the stairs and then go from there.
Okay, then I'll do that. I'll head up those stairs.
Okay. So we're going to take you all back to level 1. It's loaded. Oh. Put you down here. Okay. 1 second. Okay. There you are. All right. Where is your character? Morgan. There.
Back, very back. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna float you over here. 1 second.
10 for. This kind of reminds me of a game of Phasmo.
Yeah.
Snap.
All right, there goes. Should be a set of stairs. Let me see where I'm at. Almost. So.
I would kill to have a gun in Phasmo, though.
Yeah.
No joke.
Just shoot
What
the
do you
walls.
Like
It's going
Phasmo
through these
with,
things.
Like some sort of a rock
Right.
salt shotgun. I'm
Wouldn't
good
it just
with
shoot through the ghosts?
Which
Yeah.
like Phasmo, but it's
Rock
the
salt
Winchester
shotgun.
Brothers. Yeah, I'm here for it.
I need a
Supernatural
squirt
Phasmo
gun with holy water.
with holy water,
Yeah.
like Luigi's Mansion, but for adults.
Right.
Actually, that would be pretty good, and it like makes them disincorporate for a minute.
Yeah, right.
They have to reform and come back at you.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
So, Morgan, you're up. You've made it to the hallway, and you know that the security office isn't too far, but I pinged it for you. That should drag you all over there to see where it's at.
Okay.
So what's going on?
So yeah, knowing, let's see where I'm at now. These rooms that are to my left and right. Do I know them to be rooms that would be helpful to me in any
No.
way? No.
Nope. No, you know, like, so you're going to the security office for what?
I was just gonna check. Pretty much, I don't know the status of if what I did ultimately saved my friends. So I wanted to be able to just hop on camera, see if I can find them, if they're still here, meet up with them possibly, or if they've already left, then try to see if I could do some sort of like a sequence protocol to nuke this entire place.
Okay. So, yeah, you know that the best way to at least see them on a screen is via the security office cameras.
Okay. And that's where I will be heading in the meantime. So I'll just be running pretty much as fast as I can, as far as my body will let me.
All right.
You can choose how fast or slow I go.
So I'll go ahead and keep going.
Look at me. I'm zooming.
Yep.
Team
Okay.
Zoomy.
Okay.
Swinging door.
All right. Stop.
Understand.
So-
Paused.
The other 4 that are in the hallway, as you guys are running, you see this door in front of you open up. And in front of you isn't an alien. It's Morgan.
Mr.
They don't call me the cleaner just because I clean this place.
Son of a bitch.
How?
It's been a long, fun ride. So enough about me. What'd you guys find out? And I kind of like push in.
Given what I have experienced, I'm already suspicious. Hirsch, show me your stomach.
My stomach.
Yeah.
Listen, I mean, I've drank a lot of beers in my day, but I mean, here, like, I mean, does
Do I see any funkiness?
it look good?
Like
I mean,
No, you don't see anything.
tell me I'm good looking or something. For Christ's sakes, I just fought an alien.
Just making sure. And like I can calculate what happened with that. Oh god.
Yeah, what we found out is we gotta go.
Christ on crutches, Sonny. Do you still got the thing in the box?
That doesn't matter. We need to leave. It's behind us.
Oh fuck. So
It
you
does.
guys were running this way. That means it's behind you?
Yep.
Oh Jesus. Alright, come on. Let's go. And I push out and I would be like kind of looking around. Where are we going anyway? What's the plan? Obviously, I'm out of the loop here.
We have to go outside before we can get to the air control. The path that was straight ahead. Unfortunately, it seems they're there.
Okay. And you guys are still going?
Yes.
Okay. Again, in the distance, behind you, you do hear that door shut. But it sounds farther away, but you do hear it shut.
Can we lock this one too? I would go ahead and attempt to lock this closest door.
Okay. Well, you ain't got a free hand, Sonny.
Set the box down between my legs and.
Oh no!
Okay.
Carefully, very, very carefully.
Okay.
It's about to change from alien to Dreamcatcher.
So,
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
you would know how to lock the doors. Yeah. So give me a Comtech +1 on your modification. So right click and then just add 1 point.
Sorry, I'm working around a cat
Nope,
right now.
that's fine. Meow.
Comtech +1.
Meow.
Yep. So right click and then.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. So you have a stun on a Comtech if you want to use it. Let's see what it is.
I have to see what it is.
Comtech +1 you could use later. Don't need to overcome the exact same challenge in the future. You do it quickly in half the time it would normally take. You get new unexpected, or no, you wouldn't get information for this. You hide your tracks, you show off.
Would hide your tracks apply here? Would I be able to, I don't know, maybe do it more quietly or do it in a way that doesn't draw more attention?
Really, you're just shutting the door and locking it, so
Okay.
it really doesn't
Yeah, I
draw
figured it was
attention. The
strict.
the fact that the doors opening and closing are loud enough to do it. They're all well greased, so.
Then I'll go with the you do it in half the time. Or wait, no, that's this time. I don't need to overcome the exact same challenge in the future. I assume that'll mean I can more quickly lock doors.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. So, kind of like Sonya, as the door's shutting and you're set this thing down and you're poking away at the little keypad, in the distance you do see the other door open up, but you don't get to see what's there because your door shuts. And all you hear behind you are these sounds. But you do get it locked.
Right.
Right? Okay. And another thing that's happening, after you guys hear that sound, and I assume you guys are continuing to move forward,
Yes.
you hear two. One from behind the door is this sound. That's it. Nothing else.
Which door?
The door you just locked.
Oh.
Oh no.
Right? You hear that. And then
Oh,
the other
no.
sound, you do hear the big double door sounds, right? But this time, it comes from this direction.
I bet the one behind the door just went up in the vents.
All right.
On we go.
So any of these rooms to the right or left right here, do I know these as being do I know these as it being anything of importance?
No, the one on the right is more of like a recreational room. The one on the on your left up there is kind of like a education room.
Okay, so nothing that would be like helpful for like weaponry or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay.
Is the straight one go to outside? On the map, it kind of looks like a dead end, but it's a door.
Yeah, no, it goes outside. This door right here goes outside.
Let's go.
All right.
I carefully pick up my box and follow.
Okay. Head on out.
Go on, get.
On get.
So you open that door, but you also hear another door make the same sound, same direction that you were hearing. And as this door opens, you do hear this as well. And last one out there looks like Michael. As you walk out that door outside, you can see in this hallway here, you guys can all still see in this hallway. You see the vent right there?
Oh
It's
my
next
gosh.
to an alien just came out. So
Need to lock this door.
I used my stunt to lock the door more quickly than it would normally be locked.
okay, so because you have that stunt, I'll let you do that. Otherwise, we're gonna go into combat.
Yeah, I
Clutch.
prefer not combat.
Okay. So, let's see. What did it say again? It said it gave you +1, or you just did it real quick, right? Was it contact? You don't need to roll to overcome. Okay, yeah. So no, you don't have to roll. So, yeah, it's quick and easy, and you get it. You get it locked, and from behind, literally from behind the door, you hear not one, but you hear a second. So if all of you could add a stress to your sheet.
Oh
please.
my gosh.
I'm gonna have to find a way around.
Well, while the DM finds a way around, let's scuttle.
Yeah, let's run.
So you know, like the map, the wall only kind of goes off to the edge here. You're gonna have to skirt along this wall to the north. I don't know how well you can see. Let me click on your characters. You can a little bit. You'll have to skirt along the walls to the north and go to the doors still on the outside to the north. So you guys have to go north, follow the wall to the west, and then go north again, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you got to go this way. Okay.
So are we like actively just like running as fast as we can, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm looking at a few things here.
You want us to keep moving, or you want us to?
Yep, I'll let you know.
So we're trying to go north around it, or are we trying to go down southwest to get to it?
No, who's out in front?
North is kind of up and to the left because we're like isometric view here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tilted, so
Okay.
Sonny has it right. There it goes. Okay. So you guys are going the proper direction.
Great.
Crap is lagging like crazy.
I guess while
map
we're
is-
running. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, while we're running, I'd like to ask, Sigg, how do you intend to make money from that thing?
I've got it, and the company wants it.
So you intend on selling it?
We'll figure that out when we get there.
All right.
Oh, and here, I think you dropped this. I give him the what you call it, the motion tracker.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I hope that goodwill goes towards me not getting more questions.
You guys are having your nice little conversation as you run towards the gate, and in the distance you can see the gate. It's up there, and you do still hear those roars from outside, pretty muffled, but you still hear them.
It is agony trying to run on this.
Is it? Okay, it might be a little delayed. I can keep you moving here. I'll move you all up, and we'll finish it from there. Hang on.
Like as we're running, like I listen to their conversation, and I'm like,
here, I got you.
I still think this is absolutely insane that you're trying to take that. And about the time I say that, I trip and fall, and I'm like, oh God, oh, dude, my stomach hurts. I don't feel so good.
Hirsch.
Sorry, what was that you cut out?
Sorry guys. I don't feel so good. My fucking stomach is killing me.
And this is why.
So this happens right at the gate to the air traffic control.
I'm good. We're good to go. Just don't mind me. This thing is. Oh God. It's almost unbearable.
I'm gonna work on the gate while.
Show me your stomach again.
What?
Show me your stomach again.
Here, give us those lanyards while you check his stomach.
Yes. I'm gonna hand one of the lanyards.
Why are you guys so fascinated with my stomach all of a sudden? Look, I mean, it's fine.
So, real quick, I'll handle you, Morgan, and you, Sonya. Are anybody else standing by? I know Hannah and Michael, were you guys going through the gate now? Are you waiting to see what's going on? What are you guys doing?
No, so Michael is gonna hand the lanyard that he picked up off to Hannah. And he's gonna stand by and watch this play out.
Okay.
Just gonna take the gun again and shoot him in the gut, just like last time.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So Morgan, you lift your shirt up, and even though you've been working hard in the gym on those abs aren't there anymore. But what they do see underneath is they see something like this. I don't know if you can see my uniform kind of moving around and stuff. They see it. They see it moving around, and based on what just happened about 10-15 minutes ago, they know exactly what's happening or about to happen. And because you all know that, add one more stress.
Oh my gosh.
But then also, Strange, you start to see over here at North Lock entrance, one of the lights indicate, which you all know that means someone's starting to something is starting to cycle the airlocks.
What? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Like, I mean, I'm hurt, but I can still, we're fine. We're here. Let's go.
You have one of those aliens inside you. Just like the other lady.
What? The other... What? What are you talking about?
I explained it to you earlier.
Let's just go. We can lock him in a closet. Come on.
Do you want what happened in there to happen again? Because that's what's going to happen.
I'm fine. Like, it just hurt for a minute. Like, let's go.
Gonna hurt a lot more than that in a minute.
So it's a small distance away, but behind you guys, where you're having this conversation, you do see some light kind of peek out from the north part of the North Lock, and you see two shadows in that light.
Can we open the gate?
And out walks two drones.
Oh no!
And now we're going into combat, and you guys don't get to open the door just yet.
Oh.
So hold on, I'll select y'all. Let's go here. Roll off. Okay, so we're at the start of combat. For most of you, except for Morgan, this is the first. So it's slow action or fast action or two fast actions. Again, the list of those actions are on page 88. They kind of give you an idea of what you want to do. If you have something that's not listed, talk about it, and we'll figure out how and what to do and where to go from there. So, up first is good old fashioned Morgan Hirsch.
So I don't, I guess in trying to figure out why why my friends are looking at me like that, I'm literally trying to figure out, what's going on. I probably didn't even see these, right? Like, I didn't see them open, or nobody's actually made a face or anything.
Correct, but you're also in a pretty good amount of pain now.
So, let's see. Can I move to one of them and still? Let me make sure I've got my stuff right here. I want to make sure I'm not using the wrong action here. Essentially what I want to do is I want to move to one of them and then use one of my actions to attempt to grapple one of them.
Like one of the aliens?
Yes. Like let me see if I can do the action.
Oh my gosh!
So, because of the distance as to where you are, you would have to run, and
That's true. So I can do two fast actions, correct?
Yes.
I can run and grapple attack with fast actions per the handbook.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take off running full sprint. Like as I step out, I look and see one of them come out, and I just take off running at it.
Yeah, I'll move you up to it. Which one, left or right?
Whichever one, the closest one to me. Whichever one I can make for pretty quickly. And then I just kind of want to like jump onto it and just hold it down for a moment. And just kind of pretty much announce that they're here, essentially.
When you say announce that they're here, are you talking about?
So I here's how I envision it playing out in my head. Like I'm arguing with Sonya, and then I hear like the airlock, and I turn around and I see them kind of step out, and my immediate reaction again is go, like, and I take off running at it, knowing that if they're scared, there's something wrong with me. And
okay.
If she says it's happened before, I can pretty much surmise what's about to happen. But I'm going to I'm gonna take off running and tackle one.
Oh,
Okay.
my heart.
So,
Did
So-
this happen in any of the movies? Will they not strike someone who's got their baby in them?
don't you worry about that there, Sonny. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. So, this grappling is considered an opposed close combat role, right? So, Hirsch, from you, I need a close combat roll.
All right.
That's 2. So, considering this is an alien, let me try and figure out how this might work. It might have to be like a mobility roll, because I don't have the option for close combat. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do it that way.
Close combat is strength if he's got base stats.
He does not. So we'll use that. We'll use the fact that you ran up and you kind of Leroy Jenkins dove into this thing, and you've become grappled with it because it wasn't expecting that, but also because of what happens next. So I'll let you go ahead and describe to me what happens.
So as I take off running, the first one it kind of turns and looks, and almost in the same way that it caught me the first time, it turns and the first thing it sees is me, and I jump, and just as soon as I jump, I grab this thing and just headlong throw myself into it. And I almost have a slight smirk as I reach back to punch this thing in the face. And as I get back to a full draw, you see me just kind of go from a smirk to wide-eyed, and then you just see my chest explode. And out comes this little mouth as it splits the whole front part of my chest cavity, and I just slump over beside it.
Oh my gosh.
So you see the little, this scene looks familiar to all of you, and you see the little Bambi burster just explode out of Preacher's chest. And the 2 bigger drones, they didn't flinch, they didn't do anything. They just saw the Bambi burster drop out, and it's kind of standing right there, but it'll have its own action here at the end since it's last. It's almost like the alien knew what was about to happen. It didn't care that Morgan was charging in. Any final words, Morgan?
No, with Morgan, he again, he's his self-sacrifice that he's gonna give himself away for the people he cares about, and he got a second chance at life, so again he would sacrifice himself yet again for his friends, and again to the very end he was gonna go down fighting, albeit it wasn't very long, and he knew what was going on. In that moment when everybody freaked out, he knew. So he said, okay. And he bought him maybe 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, but use that time wisely.
Okay. And
before he fades, I'm going to have Macwhirr yell, Morgan, you did good.
Oh my god.
Tears. And I moved you guys up more closer to the door because you guys were essentially right next to the door. I just moved you to that spot because of the leg. So at the sight of his death, everybody out of stress.
All right.
As to what you saw, because this is a little more personal now. Basically in the last few hours, you guys kind of became a bit of a group or a team, and you just watched him die. So now it's my turn with one of the aliens, and like I said, they both get 2 turns, but not in the same order, so it depends on their roles. So he's gonna take both of his, and I'm pretty sure that his sprint. Basically can get him right to where he wants to be.
Oh my gosh.
So he is right there. Up next, Sonya. Fast and slow action.
Woohoo! Where's he at? I just want to yell at everybody to like hurry up and go, and I'll pop off a few rounds at the thingy.
At the alien?
Yeah.
Okay. So you yelling that won't cost you an action. So you still have your 2, and shooting is going to be your your slow action. You still have a fast action that you could do that. I know this is your first game, so I'll help, or at least give you a nudge. There's aim.
Okay. I mean, I'll aim and shoot at him.
Okay. Yeah. So it basically gives you an extra modifier, is what it does, in an attempt to actually hit it.
Okay.
So there's a couple things that'll go into this. So go to your ranged roll and right click. Okay, are you in?
Hang on just a sec. It's
A little slow.
Is it under skills?
Yeah, under your skills.
Right click.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait. Okay. Well, hang on one second. Let me look at your roll. There would have been some modifiers. So because you're aiming, you get +2. Because it's short ranged, it would be no modifier for that because he's not in engaged range yet. So let's see. So with what you got, I won't have you re-roll it unless you want to. Basically, you would have re-rolled. You would have rolled a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dice. So you're missing technically 2. So roll me 2d6.
I've got the base thing. If you want me to just do that.
I'll use your first 2. Hang on. So, okay, I'll use your first. There it is. You've got 4 successes here.
Oh,
3 from your stress, and 1 from that last roll you had. You will have to roll stress for panic. You'll have to roll panic. But with your ranged, what happens is you're gonna land your shot. So you're successful in hitting it. So go ahead and here. She gave it back to you, and I forgot to put it back into your thing. So hang on. Oh. Yes. No. Oh. There it is. All right. So in your list, your character sheet, go to inventory. One thing here, real quick. So it's 1 damage. Actually, don't go in your inventory. Go to your ranged skills, and then right-click on the stunts. Sorry, left-click on the stunts. So you're gonna hit it, and it does 1 point of damage, but then you have 3 stunts that you can do, and you can use all 3 how you want in that list. So you can inflict more damage, you can pin them down, you can change an initiative with somebody. Your target drops something, they don't really have anything that they're holding, or it kind of drops to the ground or is pushed back.
I don't see stunts.
So go to your skills.
Yep.
Okay. Ranged combat. You see the wrench and the screwdriver.
Oh, yeah.
Click that.
Well, it's not coming up.
You're not seeing it?
Mm-mm. But I would pick to have him fall or something. Like,
Okay, so that's one. You got 2 more. Or 3 more, sorry. Yeah. No, 1 more. 2 more. Ignore me. 2 more. You're going to pin him down. What else?
and I forgot the other.
Could it go to damage? Or it also kind of falls back or is pushed to the ground, which you're kind of doing right now with the pinning.
Damage.
Okay, for both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be 3 total damage. Okay. So you hit it. It doesn't seem like it does much. So go ahead and describe to me what happens.
I mean, I aim, I shoot at it. Hopefully it falls down.
It does not. Your shot's hit, and it does piss it off. You do hear, the normal alien sound, but it does not stop it.
Oh.
And so let's see, who's up next? The other drone. Okay, so he's gonna take his turn, and he is right there. Let me see, which one is next? Oh, it's the same one, so he gets to go now. So when it sees Sonya draw up on the other one, it makes its move. So it's gonna use its next action to move up here and attack her. And it does that. And when it does that, something odd about it. It literally, maybe it's because it saw it attack the other drone. You guys aren't sure, or you might not even be watching, but it walks right past, it moves right past Michael. And it's gonna attack. So, let's see. Okay, well, Sonya, what happens is, and you guys can't see it on your screen because it's hidden. Remember what happened to Morgan? So, this thing moves into you quickly and fast, and as it gets up on you, its jaws, they open up. And you see the deadly inner jaws kind of lean out. And this time, it doesn't seem like it's pulling punches. Not that you guys saw what happened to Morgan Hirsch. But the jaws, they snap forward. And they have a strength of 9 dice, which 1, 2, 3 were successful on. Damage 2. So basically what it says is, if it causes any damage, it automatically inflicts a critical injury, number 64. Killing the victim in 1 dreadful blow.
Oh my gosh.
So, tell me, Sonya, as you're shooting that last alien, at it, this thing is up on you in an instant, and it comes in. So I guess, in your last moments, tell me what's going on, or what's going through your head, or what's about to go through your head.
Y'all sons of bitches better be running and not be wasting my sacrifice.
Yeah.
The last thing that went through her head was a tiny alien mouth.
It was.
As well as, oh no, not me too.
You did good.
Yep. And so you see Sonya's body obviously her face destroyed. It just drops. And next turn, Michael, you're up.
Can I pick up her gun?
If you want.
Yeah, I want that.
Okay.
The heart wants what it wants.
The heart wants what it wants. Yep. So we'll consider that a fast action, like draw weapon. She likely dropped it. It's not still on her person. And given your ability, and how fast you are, you see that it drops. You're not even paying attention to the fact this alien's just destroyed her face. You see the weapon, so you're going to be able to pick that up. What's your next move?
I shoot at the alien to draw its attention. Is there any way I can like sidestep back towards them? Is that also
Towards
the aliens?
Towards the alien.
Like I want their attention on me.
Okay. Technically, no, you can't, because it's considered moving, and
I already picked.
You already picked it up, yeah. So.
Okay. That's okay. I am just trying to make myself look like the biggest threat, and I'm gonna tell the others you need to get out of here.
Okay. So it's not engaged with you. So this is gonna be short range. So right click on your close combat, or so your ranged combat. So we can add a modifier here. Short range is 0. No aimed, but it's large. It's a large target. It's probably 8 foot, 9 foot tall, I believe is what they are. And I might be wrong. So that's a +2 on your shot.
Oh, okay.
So you miss, but go ahead and tell me what happens.
I'm just making as much noise and trying to look as aggressive as possible to these two aliens. Just literally to keep their attention on me.
Okay. And Michael, your turn is done. Hannah, you're up.
All right. Is it a slow action to open the gate?
It is a fast action to move through doors.
Okay. Let's go. I'm going. We're leaving.
Okay, so your fast action gets you to open that gate.
I'm listening to Macwhirr, remembering what Hirsch has done, seeing that Michael is standing his ground. I'm running. I'm trying to get to that ship as quickly as I can.
Okay. So you're running. So that'll be basically you have 50 meters to go.
Great.
So go ahead and move your character where you want to go.
I'm not sure where.
Kind of. I don't know if you can see my ping.
Oh yeah.
So that's about 50, right around there. If that's the direction you want to go, because the air traffic control is just beyond this building. Like you can see the ramp to your left there.
Oh, okay, that ramp.
You would know that that's where it heads and where it leads.
Okay.
Okay. Sonny, you're up.
I also go through the door. Do it. There we go. And how terrible of a person am I? I locked that door.
Oh snap!
Okay, so you want to lock that door. That's going to be a contact roll. With everything that's going on and your previous rolls, it's going to be a +1 on your contact roll. 1 second.
I knew I should have killed you while I was alive.
I think I just figured something out about Michael based on them walking past Michael to attack you.
Oh yeah.
Hey, now that's rude. That's rude.
Not that it makes it okay, but you know, maybe my guy has issues with who counts as alive.
Man.
That is rude. Okay, so you are successful. You have one stunt. What would you like to do with that?
I do it quickly in half the time it would normally take.
Okay. So because of that, I will say that your fast action doesn't count, so you still have a fast and slow action.
Nice.
I still have both, or I just have one more action?
No, you have both.
Well, then I'm gonna run for both of those.
Okay. So if you go 50 with both of those, and then you get another 25, basically. Because the run is the 50, and the 25 is the...
Nice.
Okay. So, let's see. Back at the top of the order.
Locked me in here.
Morgan is dead. Other drone is up. And it's moving into you now, Michael. And it also wants to, since you've shot, it wants to attack. So let's see what this thing does. These things are not happy with you all today because it is the same roll. Let's see. And let's see, the attack has a strength of 9, so it is 2 damage. If it causes any damage, it's going to inflict a critical injury. So they won't see this, and I think everybody else has assumed basically what Michael is. Give me 1 second to look up one thing, because your critical injury is a little different here.
I think it's 115.
Thank you. There we are. All right. So this is going to be considered a head bite. So we're going to do this critical injury on you because it makes a little more sense. And it's going to be number 4, if you can see that.
Okay.
Okay, so you can tell me what happens here.
Oh, I hear the door lock, and I'm okay with this. Like, I know that I've done my job to the best of my ability, and when it collides with my head, it doesn't find the same flesh and bone that it would have out of Sonya. And as the white liquid just sort of oozes out, and my head chunks to the side, and I just kind of drop.
So those of you who don't know, Michael was a synthetic, an android. So that takes us, that drone is done. Sonya, you're down. Other drone is up. Okay. So I know what it's going to do here. These walls.
I'm bossing Hirsch around in the afterlife.
What's that?
I'm bossing Hirsch around in the afterlife.
So this thing, you don't see it yet, but you do hear some skittering and some like clanking. You can tell it's climbing up this wall. Right? Michael, you're down.
I'm dead.
With this injury and the way it is, did you read the whole thing? The android's artificial neck is severely fractured. Its head is placed in an unnatural position, and all fast actions become slow actions.
I guess I am still alive. Yeah. Okay.
You are. You essentially don't need to be completely attached, but all of your slow actions are gonna be. Yeah, that's
not totally a spine.
Exactly what's going on. So you have 2 slow actions.
I was thinking about Chris Kattan's character in Monkey Bone.
Yep.
Okay.
Just hold the gun sideways when you shoot.
Yeah, I know. That's really bad. We're just gonna have to do that.
So you're gonna.
I'm gonna shoot at the one trying to climb.
Okay. He is, let's see, 14 meters out. So he's still, he's within short range. Given your state, I mean, I know you're an android, but you're sideways. I mean, unless you hold your gun sideways.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. You know, does Michael hold his gun sideways? Does he hold it gangster?
He does now. He doesn't have a choice
He
now.
does now. All right. So it's short range. There's no modifiers. You're not aiming. Yep. So you miss your first shot. It goes wild, but you see them ping on that wall, right? The other two, Sonny and Hannah, hear the gunshots. And so you still have one more slow action.
Oh wait, is firing again another slow action?
It is. Shoot fire.
Yeah. Do it. I'm gonna do that.
Do
Another
it.
Ranged.
Another ranged, yes. And nothing. You do not hit.
Nothing.
Oh.
Okay.
Nope.
I imagine that my ocular circuits are a little fried.
Maybe a little bit. When the other drone sees you do that, it realizes you're not down or out, so it moves up next to you and it's gonna make an attack also on you. And let's see. Deadly grab. Okay, well.
Oh, that sounds promising.
It's 2.
Surely it's not gonna totally. I'm sure I'll be fine, guys. Don't worry about me.
Okay. 1 second here, Sonya.
I'm just mad I locked the door when he could just climb over the wall.
So I forgot to tell you, Michael, cut your health down by half.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the last one. So what happens here is this drone realizes you're not down or out, and it basically, I mean, it's about 5 feet from you. It lunges right at you, and as it's in the air, it grabs at you, and what it does, and take 2 more points of damage, is it basically yeets you. It moves up into next to you, and it just chucks you off to the side. So you get thrown about a good 10 meters away from the door as this thing hits you. But it does do more damage as it does that, so it is 2 more based on the roll.
Oh, okay. I am definitely past my health range.
Let's see. So
That'll push me into the negatives.
So with synthetics, what happens is they don't have deaths like you all do. They basically suffer what's called a system shutdown. And that is what happens at this point. So, Michael, as you make your final attempts to shoot, and the other one moves in, what is your last thoughts? What are your thoughts before your system shuts down?
I think it's almost like as close to a sort of quiet realization and shame that I'm probably going to be powered up when they come to clean this place up, if they come to clean this place up, or I'm just going to rot here, and those are the only 2 options.
And Michael, your system shuts down. And onward to our last 2 survivors, one still bringing a tank, regardless of what he's seen. Hannah, you're up first.
Running up.
Okay. So
I'm not sure how far I can get because I now only see darkness there.
So there's 11.
I collide with walls.
Here, I'll move you.
Thank you.
You're doing your run, right?
Yes.
You're basically going to be right about here.
Okay.
Let me check to see if there are walls there. There's not a wall there. So your run is there, but you still have a slow action.
Okay, can I just use that to keep moving?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Okay.
that's another 25 feet, or meters. So that puts you
Great.
around this area.
Okay, great. Oh, there we go.
All right. Sonny,
I'm also on the run still.
same thing?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of have to do that. There you go. So that was 25. So you have another 25 to move. That basically puts you next to Hannah. And by the way, as you two are running, do you remember who has the key cards?
Hannah does.
Yeah, I get mine to Hannah.
Yeah, Michael handed me the other one.
Okay. I wasn't sure if Michael handed them off or if
Yes.
he still had
Yeah,
it.
when we first got to the door.
Yeah.
We were frantic.
I was like, grab the key card.
Yes.
Hang on, give me 1 second.
Okay. Oh goodness. It would have been very The Mist if we got here and we didn't have the key cards.
Right.
It's like, well,
He was totally gonna let it happen too.
right.
I've killed enough of you that it's, you know.
Yeah.
What? No. Okay, so we're back at the top of the order. Let's see. So you are being chased down. The other one makes his move to get on the wall as well. So that's his first. Okay. And the second one makes it to the top and drops down. So
Uh-oh.
okay. So that was okay. Hannah, you're up.
All right. Am I close enough to open the door?
This door right here.
Yeah. Is that the door to get into the ship?
That's the door to get in the air traffic control. So, let's see what you see here. It's hard to see on the screen in front of you. But up here is where the ship is. This is the ship right here.
I see. Sorry, I can only see within like a 10-foot radius. All right. On the way. We're going. Ship time.
Okay.
Well, I do think we have to go in the air traffic control first. Well, I'll do it in character.
There would be a terminal outside near the ship also.
Oh, we didn't have to go into the air traffic control before we.
Oh.
No. You can. There's a terminal right there. Your badges. Okay. No, your badges will unlock the ship.
Okay, where's the terminal? Can I see it from here?
It's not really on this map.
Okay.
But we'll just say that it's about right here.
Okay. Can I make it over there and scan key card?
Let's see. So that will be your fast action. So that's your run. That gets you there in 45 meters.
Okay.
Your slow action would be considered
one of the key cards.
Yeah, just because it's got a beep. Beep.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So if you're like trying to do both, the machine doesn't know how to read both.
Okay.
So it'll be one of them, yes. So you get them done.
All right.
Okay.
I'm just frantic. Goodness.
Sonny, you're up.
I just run straight for the ship while he's scanning the key cards.
Okay, so like the entrance, like you're just bypassing him completely. That will literally put you at the entrance of the ship.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not like I can help him scan the cards.
Okay. All right, and that'll put us back to my other alien, which is going this way. Okay. And we're back at the top of the order. So where's he at? Okay. Okay. I know where he's going to be. Put him here. Then onward to the other two drone, or the other drone. He'll be stalked. So, as you guys are running and you're frantically scanning that key card, you see this thing chomping just right behind you, and you hear it because there's metal everywhere that that it walks on, and you can hear it behind you. But that gallop that thing had, it slows almost to like a slow stalk at this point. And he moves up to a certain point, and you could probably like hear this thing breathing. And I don't know if you can hear the sound. It's kind of quiet.
Yeah, I can hear it.
But yeah, so behind you, you do hear these sounds.
Great.
And Hannah.
All right,
add one more stress because you know what's behind you.
Yep, I do.
Okay, and so this will be considered your fast action if you're using your other key card. We'll consider it like open a door hatch, right?
Key card.
So it flashes green and it accepts. And on the pad there, you see this ship. It's sitting there, and you see the large clamps sitting on the legs holding it down, right? So it can't go anywhere because those high execs don't want anybody stealing their stuff, right? So you see those clamps slowly start to release at all 4 points of the legs. And when it does that, you see the door or the hatch of the ship slowly come down and open up, right?
Okay.
So
can I run in there?
You can, but in a minute.
Okay.
So as that door opens up, I have something else here for you.
All right.
Find it. You hear this sound, but in multiples. I will play it again.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay. So what's your next move?
Okay. As far as that, it's not coming from the ship, is it?
Yes, it's coming from when the door opened. You could hear it.
Oh my gosh. All right. I'm gonna turn at the one that's breathing next to me.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a shot at him. Or at least I'm going to take my gun out, because I don't think I'll be able to take it out and shoot him, so...
Did you have it out before?
I think I probably put it away to get the key cards out, so...
So, we'll do this, because it's considered a fast action. I'll let you shoot, but there's going to be a negative modifier.
Okay. All right.
Since it's taking so much time, you know what I mean? Since it's kind of out of it, it's a little bit of a extra thing here.
Going out shooting.
Yes. So, from you, if you right-click ranged combat for me.
Yeah.
It's going to be a modifier of -2.
Okay.
Three successes.
3 successes. And no stress. No panic. You're holding it together, Hannah.
Just took a breath.
Yep. So, what do you want to do with that?
I'm pouring it all into damage right now. I'm just like, shit. All right. There's nothing else I can do.
Okay.
Here we go. Maybe I can take one of you motherfuckers down with me.
Yes.
So you hit it, and it cries out at you. You seem to have hit it, and maybe hurt it, maybe piss it off, but it doesn't move. It doesn't do anything. It just stands there at that point, like staring at you.
Okay. That's it for me.
And let's see. Sonny, as that door opened and you're standing there with your prized possession and you hear those sounds, what are you doing?
I think he would recognize those noises, but
Yes.
He'd rather take chances with the little guys than the big guys, so he's still venturing onto the ship. It's the only way out.
Okay. So you're able to get in there. Let's see where this other drone is. And so for those of you still left, the one drone that was also following, he kind of went around and he jumps off the roof of the air traffic control, and he's not too far from the other one, so you can see him right here. And now, Sonny, as you start to step up onto that ship, you were met by facehuggers, several of them. What you didn't know, behind the scenes, as this was happening, Kaminsky and her team had frozen some of those eggs and taken them aboard. But the people who took them aboard didn't set the freezing stuff right, so it wasn't continuously freezing them, so it thawed them and they opened up. And they were waiting inside the ship as you start to step up. So all three of them will get to take a turn here, and they also get 2 turns. So the first one is up, and that's him. And so he's going to close the gap, and then he's going to attack. Facehugger. Facehugger leaps and catches his victim with its tail whipping violently. Your legs are caught, and he basically trips you, so you fall over. On your sheet, your character sheet on the bottom right, I need you to make a panic roll. That's crit, isn't it? Here, it's on.
Roll crit. Yeah, critical injuries.
No, not critical. Panic. Sorry, it's going to be the other button I made in the bottom left. I forget what they're called. My head's...
Oh, the macros.
Yeah, the macro. Yeah. It says display panic table. Click that. You don't seem phased. I mean,
whoa!
This thing knocks you down. I guess you tell me what's going on right now in your head, Sonny.
I hide in the box I'm carrying it because that was its original purpose, was to hide in.
Oh my god!
No, you said it caught my legs.
Yeah.
So, I go to step up the ramp and the thing jumps out and grabs my legs and I'm just, oh fuck, and I, try and not let the box hit the ground with me, so like while I'm focusing on keeping the box balanced, I fall backwards.
So in that box, is the tube still in there, or do you have the box? Okay.
Yeah, I'm holding the box. It's got the tube in it.
So you're trying to not let it crash and shatter?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Go ahead and give me a mobility roll, -2.
And I do have.
Are you
was that
nimbly?
I had a something to my mobility from getting over those boxes earlier.
Oh yeah, it was a +1, so it's gonna be -1.
So -1.
Yep.
box bonuses.
Type -1 in base modifier, or is that a stress modifier?
No, it's a base modifier.
Oh my god.
Okay. So I won't make you roll panic. I guess I'll give you the option. How's that? You're successful in keeping this thing from breaking, but you gotta roll panic. Or you're not successful in keeping this thing breaking, but you don't have to roll panic.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my eye's on the prize, so I'll roll panic.
Okay.
And that's at macro again.
I'm getting my
Yes. Oh my god.
Wow!
Get out of here. Whatever. This is
All
ridiculous.
the people that deserve to live have died, and here I am just calmly taking on.
Oh my
God.
Let
I
me
think
see.
he's in on it.
Yeah, let me double
I'm
double
telling
check
you.
one thing.
Some double cross
'Cause
stuff right here.
I might not have it set up right, and I just want to double check just to make sure you're getting the full experience here, Hades. Where's my panic? 'Cause I think you have to add your stress into it also.
Oh, it's just a one click for me.
Yeah, well, I might not have the macro set up right. Give me 1 second to find it here. Panic. Damage, broken, death. Stress and panic. There we are. Panic roll. Let's go. What happens? You can't push buttons. Oh, nope.
No, not set up right.
Roll a d6 and add your current stress level. So you rolled a 2. What's your stress level?
6.
So you start to tremble. You start to tremble uncontrollably. All skill rolls using this agility suffer a -2 modification.
So I'm a little shaky from what
You're-
just happened.
You're a little shaky.
But I kept the vial together.
You did
That's
keep it.
important.
Yeah, that is. A for effort for the company. The other one moves in and it also makes an attack.
I tell him no. Bad
Let's
face
see.
hugger.
Bad face hugger. Let's see. So this one, it does the same thing. It skitters up at you and it lashes its tail. It's basically coming for you, and it's using its tail to attack you. Because maybe the box is kind of above your face. It can't see it. It can't go for it. And it whips its tail at you. And it misses. So you don't take any damage. And then this one is doing the same.
Oh my gosh!
They don't. Whoops. First one is going to be what we roll here. All right, there it is. Let's see. Skittering Menace. It's chosen its host and it knows it's coming for you. It skitters forward, single-minded and horrifyingly spider-like. The victim suffers 1 stress. So add 1 more stress. And since they're aliens, they all get to go 1 more time. These facehuggers, because they were at the bottom of the inventory.
I don't think my luck can hold that long.
Go ahead and make me a panic roll.
With the macro again, or just
Yeah.
a D6?
Macro plus your stress.
So 5 plus 7.
That's
is
12.
13.
That's 13.
Oh.
Sorry. 5
Wait.
plus 7 is 12.
12.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yes. So you scream your lungs out, losing your slow action next round. Your stress level is decreased by 1. It's like a release. But every friendly
cathartic.
character who hears you must make an immediate panic roll. Hannah.
Oh my
Well, the good
gosh.
news is we're all dead. Except for Hannah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hannah, 6 plus what's your stress?
14.
8?
That'll
14.
be 14 total.
Oh dear. Hannah,
Instant death, heart attack.
you must immediately attack the nearest person or creature, friendly or not, and you won't stop until you or the target is broken.
Oh, alright.
And okay, so you charge forward at that alien, or your choice, whichever one you want. and immediately make an attack.
The one that I hit. The one that I hit. Oh
Right
my
there.
gosh. Let's go.
Okay. So you're charging forward, and I assume it's with your gun.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how this is going to work. Give me an aim shot because you're seeing blood, and that literally is all you're seeing, and you have nothing but I want to kill this thing in your mind, right? Oh, you rolled it before I gave you my modifiers. So no, it's okay. It's okay. It was going to be +2, and because of its size, it's another +2. So roll 4d6.
Okay.
I
got 1 6.
You have one success. Okay. And that's going to be 1 damage. I will mark it. Oops.
Great.
And you hit it, and it's standing there staring at you still, just hulking. And it takes a shot, and it does cry out again as before. But it doesn't do much.
All right. Yeah, Hannah is just like, in this moment, just thinking, well, what is this all for? Well, what was this all for? And just runs forward, trying to essentially empty her mag into this thing, and it's just hitting and doing nothing. And at that point, she just wants to give up. I imagine that the gun falls from her hand, and she just reaches into her pocket and pulls out her little toy dinosaur, the one that she had from when she was a kid, the one that she had before she started working for the company, and she just kind of clutches it to her chest and closes her eyes.
Okay. And so we'll go back up at the top of the order, but pretty much what's going to happen here next is how some things will end. The two alien drones, they're standing there at this point. They're watching. And it's likely because the facehuggers are there, and they know what they're there to do. And so as long as you're not trying to harm them, they seem to be standing still, or, that's your assumption. So, Sonny, it's your turn.
Is there, does the cockpit have a door that separates it from the rest of the ship?
This ship, no, because it's considered a Star Cub, so it's just one whole cockpit.
I guess all I can really do is try and get to my feet and get inside.
So, that will be considered actions, because you're basically engaged, and you can't get away from it without doing something here. So first you've got to get up. And so if you're getting up and trying to move away, that'll be both of your actions here. But I need you to make a mobility roll. And since there's 3 of them, it's going to be at a -3. And if you're trying to hold your box still, it's going to be -4.
Oh my gosh.
That was
my
with
gosh!
-4.
Wow!
So,
Sonny!
mobility. You've got your 2 stunts. You're able to get up and move away from these things, right? I don't know how. You tell me how, because I don't know how.
You kind of mentioned before, maybe the one was blocked by the box covering my face. I just kind of keep doing that so they can't get to my face, and I kick the one off my legs. I get to my knees, and then I just push myself up.
And you have 2 stunts. No stress. Plus 1 to modification later in the roll. Give
I'll
1 to
take
somebody
that.
else.
and give one to Hannah there.
Okay. Oh, you don't want to impress somebody?
Hannah thinks she's about to die, but she's just so impressed by me fighting off.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I give her give her one.
All right. So you're able to get up and kind of move up into the ship, but they're not done. So this one moves up to you, and it's going to make its attack. And as you're walking up the steps, it leaps from behind, whipping its tail violently, and it wraps its tail around your neck, choking you. And you suffer the effect of drowning, and you must make a panic roll.
Oh my god.
So what is your other one?
4 plus 6.
This is absolute insanity.
10. Freeze. You just freeze. You don't even move. So next turn you lose your slow action. Yeah. And you don't see this, Hannah, because you're facing the other direction.
Yeah, and my eyes are closed.
Yeah. This one is taking its turn, and it's skittering towards you. And
freaking noise.
It's making its attack at you, Hannah.
Right.
And it lashes out with its tail. It's coming for you. And it's successful with 1. So you lose 1 damage and add 1 stress to you as it comes up, and it kind of whips at you.
Okay.
What does that extra thing I gave her count for? A mobility check?
Mobility, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. And then let's see. The other facehugger makes its move towards you again, Sonny, and it's gonna make its attack. And it lashes you with the tail, and it does 1 damage as well, and add 1 stress to you, Sonny. So the drones kind of back off at this point. They're climbing up the side of the air traffic control, but they're still what looks to be watching you. Because Hannah, you don't have any more rounds. You've just expended them as you went berserk and charged towards.
Yep.
And one thing I want to check, because berserk is something. So because it's climbing up the wall, you can't continue to attack it. So you're turning, and because of the berserk, it's forcing you to attack this thing.
I'm on board.
So
right.
what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stomp this thing. Shoot.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Let's see where we at. You already in close, so you have your slow and your fast action here.
Okay. All right. Let's try to stomp. Is that a close combat?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my gosh! Let's go!
That is insane.
Okay. Let's see. That's
playing.
Oops. Sorry. Is that me or is that you? Oh, that was.
Oh,
I don't know how.
I think I accidentally clicked something.
Oh, it's okay. Let me double check here. And I believe this is off of your strength, but let me double check where that is.
I got a strength of 4.
Okay. Movement. Close
I'm
combat.
a beefy babe.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a I believe it might be a contested roll here. Give me 1 second. If your close combat roll is successful, your attack hits and you inflict damage equal to the weapon. You don't have a weapon. You're using your foot.
Right.
So we'll consider that 1 damage, since a pistol is considered 1 damage, and you have 3. Basically,
yeah.
3. You have 3 to do with what as you wish.
Damage. I want to smush this thing to the ground.
Okay.
Rip and tear.
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what happens because you do so.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Hannah, like maybe hearing these big things that she couldn't kill slink away, opens her eyes, gets hit by this smaller like crab-like creature, and it's like Hannah is like still angry, still in that berserk mode, and she thinks, I may not be able to kill you, looking back at the drones. But she looks at this little one and thinks, but I've smushed a lot of spiders in my day. And I imagine she's got some training. She's pretty strong. She raises her leg up for one of those like axe kicks where she just brings it right down, the heel digging right into it, the crunch sound.
So you do that, and you hear the standard. You've just heard an alien, right? And because of that, Hannah, let me see one thing here. Oh, so you're basically smushed this, right?
Yes.
So all of these have blood of acid.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
so I need to roll something here.
Oh.
So you take 1 damage.
All right.
And it's on your foot.
Mhm.
And that'll likely continue to next round if you make it that far.
Okay.
So when that thing cries out, the other xenomorph leaps from the building at you. And it
Okay.
makes its attack.
All right.
And you were just so damn lucky.
Oh, what happened?
It jumps and it's standing in front of you, and it seems to be just staring into the soul of you, and you're just mesmerized by the dread beauty of such a beast, and you stand in awe of what you see before you. Add 1 stress, and then we're doing a panic roll.
Okay. 4 plus 10, that's 14.
14. Where are we at on this board?
I think it's the same one.
Is it? Stress. There we are. 14. 14. So you, yeah, you gotta try and attack it.
Yes.
So I hate to break it to you real quick here, Hannah. You aren't going to do any sort of damage with this. With your hands.
Yeah.
What if he grabs the little mouth?
The little mouth ain't out. So,
I'm curious.
Yes.
If I were to kick with the acid-covered foot, would that do anything?
Let's see. I don't know if acid hurts the aliens too because it's their blood.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think it
I don't
acts
think
the
it
same
affects
way.
them.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair.
So I would say no.
Yeah, I'm just wailing on
You're
it.
just wailing at its chest.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
doing
well
this.
it still has 1 more turn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Grab its tail and stab it with its own tail.
So this is the roll.
Okay.
Playing with its prey. The xenomorph attacks, but not to kill. The target's knocked to the ground and drops all handheld items, but otherwise takes no damage. And it's now standing over you, taunting you. And it's only
dinosaur.
Yeah. So add a stress and make a panic roll.
Okay.
6.
Plus 11, so 17. Catatonic.
You are catatonic. You collapse on the floor. You can't talk or move, and you've basically, Hannah, you've accepted your fate at this point.
Yeah.
So, tell me what happens to you
All right.
as you
So
go into this
Hannah-
stance.
Hannah thinks about what she had planned to do, what her intention was when we reached the gate, how
she thought, okay, we'll just get up to the ship, and then I'll just put one in him. And then he thinks back to everything that's happened. Everything that happened with Hirsch, with Macwhirr, with Michael, who Hannah has been trying to figure out whose side Michael has been on, and thinks maybe Michael had it right all along. And with those thoughts, Hannah just hopes, thinking back to when Hannah caught back up and asked how he planned on making money off the thing, and he gave her back the thing she dropped, that motion detector, and she thinks, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. And then goes to black.
So, Sonny, it is your turn. What are you doing here?
Well, Sonny would be crying if he heard those thoughts, but but instead he's still going. So if it's my turn, I guess I'm trying to pull the tail off my throat.
Okay, that means you're dropping your box.
I can do it with one hand.
Is that what you're gonna try and do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna make this an opposed check here, of strength. So roll your strength, please. And he's gonna roll his ability to hold on. So basically cancels each other out. So you're not able to do it. You're able to kind of start to pull on it, but it doesn't. It kind of gives you a reprieve of gasping. So you don't get it off though. And that panic, you can either roll panic or drop the box. That's both the panic, son of a bitch. What's your stress, sir?
It's 10 total.
10 total. You once again are frozen by fear or stress. So you lose your slow action for next round.
Up chance.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
So it's already wrapped around you, so it's taking its chance. That doesn't do anything. It just adds stress to you. At this point, yeah, let me double check on that one roll. Leaps and catches it, wraps around, choking, and they suffer the effects of drowning and must make a panic roll. Oh, doesn't say anything else about anything else here.
Do I add a stress from that last one, I take it?
Yes, you will. Okay. And it still can't get a hold of you. And so its friend looks at it and it's like, well, maybe I can do it because you're obviously having problems here. It lashes at you with its tail in an attempt to distract you, and it does 2 damage.
Ouch.
What does that do?
Takes me to 0 because I only had 2 health.
Okay, on the bottom of your general page, roll crit. Knocked out teeth. Maybe this thing's whipping around at this point. Anyways, it jumps up and it smacks you in the face. But you're down, and because you don't have any zero, or because you're all zeros, and your partner over there is catatonic, you're not getting up because the inevitability is going to be what happens next. So I guess you tell me how eventually this thing is going to touch your face, give you a nice kiss.
Well, am I not like dead from hitting 0?
You're considered what's called broken, and unless somebody picks you up, or sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say jokes on him. His buddy's choking me out, but then he knocked my teeth out and into my throat, and so now I actually choked to death, and they can't impregnate me because I'm dead.
They'll still try. Yeah, you can't go below 0, and any further attack just gives you another critical damage at this point, and they're still gonna continue to face hug you. So, Hannah and Sonny, it's inevitable, but it happens. The one finally leaves Sonny, who fought his life, and goes over to you, Hannah, and gets you, and Sonny, the other one, takes care of you. So you're catatonic already, so you really don't notice. But eventually at some point you do wake up wondering what's going on. The aliens are gone. There's a facehugger dead next to you. Sonny is also in the same boat, just laying there on the ship. You have a little bit of time, and we're going to be ending here in a minute, but why don't you tell me what Hannah does? Because she looks around and there's no aliens. There's a dead facehugger next to her. There's a dead facehugger next to Sonny, and Sonny's laying on the ramp, and his nice glass box, his lid is open, but that other facehugger is nowhere to be found.
Okay. So then, I know what's gonna happen. I know what's gonna happen. Hannah has a little bit of an idea after seeing Hirsch run at the two drones. I'd like to imagine that Hannah is gonna go up to where Sonny is. And did you say that there was one on his face?
There was. It's laying dead next to him, like it was you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go up to him, and I'm going to lay down my little toy dinosaur on his chest, and I'm gonna give the facehugger next to him just the biggest punt I can give it.
Yeet.
Just thinking, you survived for so long, Sonny. I was rooting for you. And then I'm just gonna walk back through the gate, go over to where Michael is, where Macwhirr is, where Hirsch is, and just kind of like giving the rounds of like a nod, a quick bow of pleasure working with you. And I'm just gonna walk back in, hoping that I'll be able to find another one of those fucking drones before this thing pops out of me. Because I'm going berserk.
He's still berserk.
He's still trying.
Yes.
And Sonny, you wake up alone. There's no facehugger near you. Your tube is empty. The tube that you were so dear to carrying. Hannah's not around. No more drones. You're just laying on the ship's ramp all by yourself. Your throat hurts. And it's not because of the teeth.
I'm wondering why a dinosaur is on my chest. he actually is more panicked now than he has been this entire crazy awesome rolls he was making. He looks around, he realizes what's going on, and he just screams fuck.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean there's no gun with ammo near him, so the camera zooms out into the sky above him.
And so that is where we end this scenario of Hope's Last Day. I appreciate all 5 of you hanging out for 5 hours with me tonight. It was much appreciated. I know it was a bit of a little bit of a long wait, especially for you, Morgan, there at the end after your sacrifice twice.
Sacrifice.
Yes. So I hope you all enjoyed the game. I'm going to do a quick round robin, let everybody tell me their thoughts of the scenario and the game and everything else, and then we will end the stream. We'll start with our first death, Morgan Hirsch.
I'd already give Morgan spiel, but you know that was his whole thing. He was ready to defend his friends, especially once it seemed like the more paranoid or the more panicked he got, the more he just kicked into autopilot and went back to his training and just went into run headlong. As Preacher the player, man, it's been so much fun role playing with you guys. Like, all of you guys are awesome, and you played your characters really well, and it was so easy to just fall into the moment and actually play. Kudos to each and every one of you. I've really enjoyed our guests, Matt, Lazy, Tattoo Lady. I've had a good time playing this, so I really hope to see you guys around more often for sure, and can't wait to play something else with you.
Thank you, Morgan. Your sacrifice was noted by the area's cameras. On to our second death, Sonya.
I'm sure Sonya is probably bossing Hirsch around in the afterlife. You know, she had a poor opinion of him starting out, but I feel like he really gained her respect. You know, she started off really caring about the people in Hadley's Hope, and the fact that he showed that he cared just as much as she does really impressed her. As for me, myself, this is a little bit more serious scenario that I'm used to. I'm used to, you know, the medieval Monty Python style D&D things. So it was definitely a change of pace for me. But I really enjoyed playing with you guys, and you guys really did a great job playing your characters.
And we'll move on to our third death, a lazy dragon, Michael.
This was incredible. You did a fantastic job running us through this campaign. It was a delight to play with all of you. I love this system. This is so much fun. Like I'd said before, I'd played the Change Star system. It's kind of similar. I might try and run one of these on my own and drag some other people into a little alien adventure.
Drag, this keyword. Pulling them in. And our second to last death, Hannah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun playing with y'all. Holy crap. It was so cool. I mean, so when I got Hannah's deeds, I was like, holy crap, I get to play undercover. Goodness. I'll say, like, I was going in there just ready to find the moments to you know, betray everyone. But holy crap, there were so many like great wholesome moments where I was like, oh my gosh, like Hannah's self-servingness and then continuously seeing people sacrificing themselves, being good to each other. I was just like, okay, we're gonna get to that point, and then I'm gonna be the biggest asshole. And then
And then Sonny showed up.
Sonny took that reign.
Oh my god. No. There were so many moments where I was ready, where I was like,
I'm ready to get on the ship and then shoot Sonny. But then, what changed my mind was when you gave me that motion detector back. I was like, what? What? And then when we got to the end, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't. All the things, everything building up to it, it'd be like, okay, maybe. If it weren't for Dionysus destroying our exit path, I was like, okay, maybe Hannah is gonna have like the intel to help Sonny with this blackmail of the Weyland-Yutani group. But I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah,
But
you didn't. Nobody even got. Well, you weren't the only one that got drug off by an alien.
Right?
Everybody,
Oh,
we're just getting drugged by these aliens today.
Yeah, but it was such a blast playing with all of you. I mean, y'all's characters were so much fun. It was so cool. I was so tense the entire time with all of the alien action. It was beautiful. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. In our last death, Sonny.
So yeah, Sonny had a singular mind. His whole thing was, he doesn't trust Weyland-Yutani, and he knew if he was the first one to bring an alien back to the company, he might outshine them and start rising in the ranks of, going from being low level to being higher up. So that's what I tried to stick to, was just I need an alien and I need to get it back to the ship with me.
I'm walking with this tube.
I kept waiting for Dion to make me roll to see if I tripped and like face planted into the box or something. So I was so stressed for that, and then somehow I kept getting those rolls, and I actually felt bad at one point. Like, you all just died at this gate, and here I am like, oh, I'm still up, and roll again. Oh, I'm still up. But yeah, I had fun with it. I think we had a lot of good RP today. Everyone, played their character and did well being in character during interactions with each other, so I really enjoyed it.
And I thank you all for playing so long, for becoming my victims. I appreciate that. I enjoyed doing this for you. I enjoyed making all the tension and the sounds and everything else. I think that really is the best part for me as the GM, because the aliens in this game, they're made to just kill everything, and you guys really don't have much of a fighting chance because of the amount of armor that they have and their health. Like handgun shots, they chip away at their armor, but it doesn't do much. Like it slowly starts to whittle away. So it's literally just finding a way away and avoiding the aliens is your best survival.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed hunting you down. That was a lot of fun. The routes were different than I expected. Wasn't sure where you were going. And honestly, I was thinking of how to do this in the game, and Morgan, he set it right up for me. I was like, I want to find a way to take somebody to the hive and have them show back up again. Because I wasn't sure if you guys would find Theodora, you know what I mean? And if you kept her alive at that point, or if you can let her out. But I wanted to be able to have that opportunity to have somebody burst out. And Morgan, you gave that to me. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes. So thank you all again for playing. I appreciate it. You guys were all amazing. You guys all made this a lot of fun for me. For our viewers and our drops from Alpha Wolf and from Wolf, thank you very much for everybody hanging out and watching. Thank you. And we will catch you next time. Everybody have a good night. In 1 second, I'll throw it on our end screen.